normally very well received by you guys. You lot really enjoy those Iron Survivor matches, but we've got more than just those. We can have a look at the card. So here is the WWE website that's got the full preview. So we've got Ricky Saints defending the NXT Championship against Oba Femi. We also know the winner of that is going to go to next weekend, where the winner is going to be taking on Cody Rhodes in a showcase match. We're going to do WWE Champ against NXT Champ, which is pretty fun. I'm definitely down for that. And yeah, Ricky Saints defends against Oba Femi. We've also got the Iron Survivor Challenge for the men. So Javon, Joe Hendry, Myles, borne, Leon Slater, and Dion Lennox. For the women, we've got the Iron Survivor Challenge. So Ruca, Jordynne Grace, Kelani Jordynne, Lola Vice, and Kendal Gray. And then we've got Tatum Paxley taking on Izzi Dame. Obviously, big betrayal there. So that's going to be fun. Looking forward to that. And then we've got Mr. Iguana taking on Ethan Page for the North American Championship. So, yeah, I think that Deadline looks like a pretty fun cards. You know, maybe that match is not massively needed, but, you know, I reckon it'll be fun, short, sweet. There might be some comedy elements in there with Mr. Iguana. And yeah, Let's Go or whatever the flip it's called. So yeah, you know, that is what it is. That's got a good, obviously, grudge to it. That's for the championship, and winner also gets to appear next weekend. And these two matches should just be a lot of fun. This is obviously somewhat very, very different that we don't see in WWE, these Iron Survivor challenges. It's only Deadline that do this match. So yeah. There we go. Pretty fun for a Saturday night. I hope everyone is well. Hello, hello. Hello to everyone in the chat. Gotness said, the match doesn't mean anything. We know Cena is going to retire if he wins or loses. So what if Gunther taps him out? Cena is done regardless, says Glockness. Ricky Oba is the most interesting match, says Glockness, just because the winner will go on to face Cody next week. Mitchell said, do you like the Twilight movie series? Never seen it, but it's not really for me, that one. I'm not really like a vampire type person. I would say that when it comes to that sort of stuff, Walking Dead and zombies is something that I can sort of get with. I like a bit of the Walking Dead. But never watched a single second of Twilight. But so I don't think so. Vampires just never ever been for me. I don't know why. Never cared about vampires. Never cared about Dracula. Never seen any of the Dracula films. Never seen any of the Twilights. Never seen things like the Vampire Diaries or anything like that. So more zombies. More zombies. Billy said, I thought Ricky would win the Iron Man, but I'm hearing about the winner taking on Cody at the main event, and it makes me think that Joe Hendry is going to win. Is that crazy? I think we might be getting a bit confused. So it's the winner of Ricky and Oba that's going to face Cody. So Joe Hendry won't go and face Cody next weekend if he wins. The winner of the men's Iron Survivor will get a title opportunity at New Year's Evil. So the winner of the men's Iron Survivor will take on either Ricky or Oba at New Year's Evil. So that's their prize. But the winner of Ricky and Oba will go on to face Cody next weekend. So Joe Hendry could win that Iron Survivor. Yeah, not impossible. I think we did a bit of a chat actually about like predictions. I've not done a predictions video, but we did do a conversation during one of the streams. And my thought process is, because I haven't seen the odds on this, I don't know who the favourites are. I mean, I'm sure Javon's a favourite. But my thought process is I don't know when they're going to call Ricky up. I think that they're going to want to give him a bit of a title run. I mean, he hasn't long had that belt. He beat Oba for it, right? And he's not really defended it against anyone. And he's not had it very long. So I don't see him dropping it back tonight, but also I don't see him dropping it back at New Year's Evil. I mean, New Year's Evil, I think it's only a few weeks away. I think it's like the first show of 2026, right? So I don't think that he's going to drop it back there either. So whoever wins this, I'm not convinced that they are going to go on to win the championship. So with that in mind, does Javon Evans make sense? Do we really want to see him go for the title and not win it again? I mean, I've got to think the next time Javon goes for the title, he wins it. Because he's already suffered a lot of setbacks. So that's why Javon is not my pick. Because I'm thinking, if he does win this and go on to fight for the belt, is he going to win it? I don't think he does. And I don't think we're going to screw him over again. Then you've got Joe Hendry. I think there is a chance for Joe to win this. But again, if he goes on to fight Ricky Saints, I don't think that Ricky Saints is losing the title. So that would mean that Joe Hendry is not going to be victorious, right? Myles Borne, again, same boat. Are we going to have him win this and then fall short? I don't think so. I don't think we'll do that. I think Leon Slater is interesting because Leon Slater is someone that's not really had an opportunity for the NXT Championship. I think he's definitely someone that you could put up against Ricky. It'd be a really fun match. He can fall short, and it's not a problem because, I mean, he's young. He's the current X Division champion. It'd just be a wonderful showcase for him. And so I think Leon Slater is interesting as a pick. And I do genuinely think that Dion Lennox makes a lot of sense. Dion Lennox, to me, is someone that I would probably have winning this. The reason why is because he's a heel, right? And we don't actually have that many heels here. Javon's a face, Joe is a face, Myles is a face, Leon is a face. The only heel in that match is Dion Lennox. And Ricky, if Ricky wins, is a face. So if Ricky wins, then you can do face versus face, of course, no problem. But it's always better, more preferable to do face against heel. So Dion is a heel. I think we need to keep building up Dark State because really they are seen as a joke. And the only way you're going to turn that around is by giving them credibility. So if Dion Lennox looks good in this match, because he is an interesting prospect, take all the Dark State stuff away, you've got a guy there that's got a great look. I mean, he really is like quite tall, quite jacked, pretty good looking guy. You know, you can sort of see a way forward there if his wrestling is good and he can put on good matches and he can cut good promos. And I've got to think they see potential in that for him to make it to NXT and get onto TV. So, I mean, he must have met some certain standard just to have got this far, right? So I think with Dion Lennox, he could win this, shock a load of people, but actually what that does is it sets up babyface versus heel. It also gives a little bit of credibility to Dion and, you know, in turn, a little bit of credibility to Dark State. But also it means that we can then spend a few weeks building up Dion, taking on Ricky, and we can actually build up like those two colliding in a match. And we could use that for testing out Dion's promos. And we could do that for getting Dark State, hopefully a bit of credibility. I mean, any of those moments where Dark State are like jobbing out, messing around, coming down and getting murked by one person, we've got to cut that out. Anything that is taking away from Dark State's aura, we've got to eliminate, right? I mean, like, obviously, Cutler doesn't make sense to me. We've said this from the start. I just don't think he fits. That, to me, is something that I would personally change straight away. Cutler would be out. No offense to Cutler. I don't want him to lose his job. I just don't think Dark State is right for him. And so I would take the group down to 3. I also think having one person taking out all the members of Dark State, that has got to stop, because it just does nothing for them whatsoever. I also think, like, them getting involved in matches and whatever, beating people up, it's too repetitive and too annoying, too frustrating. And it's not a good look for them. So I think there's lots of little tweaks and changes. I think Dion Lennox winning this is a bit of a head scratcher because you're like, that's really the best option that we've got. But it's like, honestly, if it's going to make him look good, and in turn, it's going to help make Dark State look good, it probably is worth it, right? Because Javon doesn't need much building. I mean, we all know how amazing Javon is. Joe Hendry is going to be absolutely fine. I wouldn't be shocked if Triple H took him for the main roster at literally any point. The guy's appeared at WrestleMania. He's been in the Rumble. We know how popular he is. Like, he's fine. He doesn't really need building or anything. Like, people know what he brings to the table. I think Leon Slater's interesting. We could absolutely go that way. And I think Myles Borne is one for the future. We could absolutely go that way. But again, I don't think the winner of that is going to win the championship. So that's kind of my thought process. Whether it's right or wrong, I have no idea, of course. I mean, it could be that Oba wins the title and we go down a completely different road. But just as I'm sat here right now, that's kind of where my head's at. And I would be really interested in Dion Lennox. I think what's interesting to me is Dion Lennox, I think, is a really genuine prospect. I look at him and he's got a really good look, good presentation. I've heard him cut some promos. I thought they were good. Match-wise, we rarely see him, so I really can't say. But I'm not aware that he's, like, stinking the place out, right? I think he's fine, acceptable. I think Dion Lennox is definitely someone that you can get some out of, right? I really like Saquon as a leader, as a talker. I think his charisma is really good. So Dion Lennox with Saquon is a very interesting pairing, okay? And then you got the big man, Osiris, who, you know, again, don't know much about him, but we don't really need to. He can be that wrecking machine. He can be that Jacob Fatu kind of character. You know, he can be that sort of Roman Reigns in the Shield. He can be the physical problem, right? And I kind of think that he fits that group as well. I think Dion, Osiris, Saquon, there really is no reason for that group to be a joke. There really is no reason for that group to be sort of scoffed at. It's just the way they've been presented and some of the stuff they've done has resulted in them kind of getting the reactions that they're getting. But I still think they can be saved. And so I'd probably put some work into that. I'd put some work into trying to save Dark State. We know that Dark State will interfere in that Iron Survivor match, and that's going to get messy, said Rage Warrior. Good recognition of my wrestling room, listening to Daze and the stream. Bones, shout out to you. Hope you're doing well, buds. Hello. Flame said Oba is built for the main roster. Yeah, I mean, it won't be long. Big rumor that we're going to get some NXT call-up soon. That was obviously a big story doing the rounds yesterday. No specifics, of course, but I've got to think it's going to be the big names, and I've got to think that Oba is going to be one of those names because, well, what else is there for him to do in NXT? If you need a guy for the main roster, I mean, Oba, Trick would be surely at the front of the queue. Maybe an Ethan Page feels like he's pretty ready. You know, Javon has already had a couple of main roster matches and just looks incredible. You know, you could be showcasing him now on PLEs and in Rumbles. I mean, Javon in the Rumble would seem like an absolute no-brainer to me. But I mean, Javon in Elimination Chamber, Javon being on the main roster. I mean, I don't really know what we need to wait on, you know? The only thing I would say is that it's hard to know what he's like as a person. You know, is he mature enough to kind of go up to handle that? There's obviously more to it than just the character. There's the person behind the character. And, you know, does he turn up on time? Is he putting in the right amount of work? You know, is that side of things all in order? He's a young man. So, I mean, we've all made mistakes when we were young. So, I don't know. That side of it is a side that I can't answer. That's more for the Performance Center team to know. But certainly when it comes to the character that we see on TV, I feel like there's no reason why he can't go up and just do some more of his learning on the main roster. He's of a certain standard that is, more than main roster ready. So, yeah, I mean, it's quite exciting. The future of WWE is quite exciting. And I mean that as well. I mean, when you look at the fact that you could call up 5 guys, 5 girls, and it would breathe new life into the main roster, and it would just flood the main roster with some serious talent. I mean, Trick Williams, Ricky, Ethan, Oba, Javon, Joe Hendry has got obviously a really good fan base, really good following. You look over at the women with the likes of Sol Ruca and the likes of JC Jane. I mean, maybe you would want to call up a few of Fatal Influence. Perhaps you would call up Fallon. Perhaps you'd call up Jordynne Grace. Perhaps you would call up Blake Monroe. Perhaps you would call up Lola Vice or Jada Parker. I mean, there's plenty of talent around. So it's very exciting. And we're going to get a real showcase of a lot of that talent tonight. EG Demo said, Saints against Oba. Whoever loses is moving up. Well, yeah, you could be right. I mean, I personally, as I said, would have Ricky victorious, and I would have Oba moving up. And I would then do Cody, Ricky next weekend, save Oba maybe for the Rumble, bring him on the main roster in the Rumble, and then that's it. We're up and running. So I'd probably work to a timeline like that. Chris said, I messaged Kian, but there's no answer. Okay, thank you. We'll have to just see. I mean, obviously, life gets in the way for people. It can always be a case that there's like family emergency or, things have changed and you just, not finding the time to get online. So, yeah, I mean, it's concerning because we haven't heard from him for a few weeks. So, certainly hope everything's okay. But, I'm sure we will hear from him eventually. So, just got to keep our ear to the ground. And if I hear anything, obviously, I'll let you know. Billy said, top stars like Oba, Ricky, Ethan, Joe Hendry. I think Sol could be the future rock stars on the main roster. Who do we think will have the fastest starts? Now, there's no way of knowing, unfortunately, because it's all down to creative, isn't it? I mean, really, it's down to what stories they've got ready and where people sit on the roster. I mean, it could be that Javon, with all his talents, just for some reason ends up like Carmelo, where he just cannot really get TV time. And if he does, it's kind of with The Miz. And it's just, I don't know, like it's hard to get some momentum. Yeah. And you wouldn't have expected that for Carmelo because he felt like quite a big deal in NXT. But on the main roster, you kind of start again. But then you look at someone like Stephanie, who went from 0 to 100 and got to the Women's World Championship super quick. And I'm not really sure why they decided to do that. I don't know why they decided Stephanie needed pushing that hard and that fast. Is it because she is from Chile? And is it because they, really are looking at kind of middle South America as a real growth area? If so, that would say to me maybe Lola Vice, who would actually get a really quick push. Because Lola Vice is, also from that part of the world. So it could be to do with where you're from and what you represent. It could be what the roster is in need of. If you're a female, a babyface female, and you go to SmackDown, you're going to get loads of opportunity. Because we haven't really got any, right? If you look at the mid-card, you've got Chelsea as mid-card champion, needing opponents. If you look at the top of the card, you've got Jade Cargill, desperately in need of opponents. You've got, like, Julia that's sniffing around that really needs to get into a feud. And it's just like, we just don't have baby faces around. We've got Meechin and B-Fab. And, I think a lot of people are rolling their eyes at that. So if you're a babyface female and you go to SmackDown, I got to think that TV time and opportunities are just everywhere you turn. But fun fact, Javon Evans is not a babyface female. And so it's going to come down to creative, isn't it? So it's not as easy as like who's got the most skill, who are they going to get behind, all that kind of stuff. how do they fit onto the roster? What does the roster need? What kind of background do you represent? Is that an area that we're trying to promote? Is there some growth there? Is that like flavor of the month, if you will? And so, I mean, just like Jinder, when Jinder won the championship, I know he says it wasn't anything to do with his Indian heritage, but that's hard to believe in it. It's hard to believe that did not play any part whatsoever. So I think, we just have to wait and see. But all we can do is just, improve the rosters, get what's missing, and, at least set the table and set the landscape in a better position for 2026 than it has been for most of 2025. And I think that should make a big difference in regards to the quality of the show. Big Time said NXT last week did 562 and 0.07. If you're wondering about the demo, that's 95,000 before the change. They were averaging 220,000. Now NXT is getting beaten by multiple CW shows. Yeah, it's not good, is it? Since that change. Big Time said, I would say Carmelo is actually being built up quite nice the last 6 months. They're slow burning, but he's getting consistent TV time. It's a great showcase of talent, and he's getting over, says Big Time. Well, I mean, my point was that he's certainly going a lot slower than they've gone with Stephanie. And also there was great periods of time not that long ago where he was struggling to get onto TV. And, I think it was probably just before the Andre win. After that, he was wearing that Andre necklace and he was around the Miz. And, I mean, even now, he's kind of involved in a bit of a feud with the Miz, but I don't know where we are with that. I'm not sure if we've dropped that or not. I mean, I would agree that he's getting consistent TV time. But the point I'm making is that it's very difficult to know who's going to move at a quick pace. It's kind of hard to know like how people are going to do on the main roster. You can't just look at like a Javon Evans and go, yeah, he's going to absolutely fly. He's going to be champion within like 3 months. Because, again, look at Carmelo. Consistent TV time, slow burn, 6 months. And then you look at Stephanie and she's like flipping women's world champion. You look over at Julia, they got very quickly to a United States championship. And so it's hard to sit and tell kind of how everyone is going to be used and kind of how much exposure they're going to get. I can see BFAB is going to turn on Meechin, said Scottish Chris, and join up with Jades. Kader said, how long is it since we last saw Tony D? Probably about 3 or 4 months. Well, high hope that he's going to come back tonight, isn't there? High hopes that we're going to see Tony D'Angelo on the show tonight. Ava saying you don't want to miss this. So she is sort of teasing that it's going to be a pretty fun show. It is our last big PLE. I say big. It's not that big, but it's our last PLE of the year. And, I think it's a shame that they don't have more main roster talent sort of just around, even if it's on the kind of peripheral, just like, I don't know, supporting different people and maybe opening up the card or doing something on the pre-show or something like that. I know that this is a showcase for NXT talent and we don't want to take spots away. So I'm not even saying have them on the card. But, I don't know, is there no way that we could have, like, an announcement get made on this show that could involve main roster talent? Just as a way of getting people to, like, tune into this show, I think that if it is, like, the last PLE of the year, you would kind of like WWE to put a bit more effort into it and give it a bit more support than they have. It was nice, though, to see a couple of bits on Raw. It was good to see. I mean, they did. That's the kind of thing that I like. The winner of Oba and Ricky will go on next weekend to fight on that John Cena show. The annoying thing, though, is that's not really WWE's doing. That was John Cena's doing. It was John Cena that wanted to do that and showcase NXT talent. So that's not even a Triple H thing, really. But, you know, it was good at least on Raw to see, or SmackDown, sorry, to see that announcement getting made. And also, you know, Bayley saying, I'm looking forward to watching you. So maybe Bayley will be in the crowd. Looking forward to watching Sol Ruca ahead of their match next weekend. So good to see a couple of bits, but again, wasn't really due to Triple H. That was more due to John Cena, and, you know, maybe just doing it 24 hours in advance was a little bit late in the day. Like to see a bit more of that kind of stuff, a bit more support for NXT. Rage Warrior said Michin has not been built up enough, considered to be considered a threat to Jade's belt, but I hope that Jade doesn't have it long. She's not ready for this run. Still a bit sloppy and out of sequence with her opponents. Big Time said, I've seen people teasing Trick helping Mello to fight off DIY. If you're Mello, all the chasing of the US title only potentially play second fiddle to Trick, who most likely will get most attention, is not ideal. Spooky said, hi everyone. I've been tuning into pre-shows recently. Great channel here. Spooky, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, we just chat wrestling on the couple of hours before. And I wasn't too sure when this show was going to start. They hadn't uploaded it until earlier today. So I wasn't sure when I was meant to be starting this stream. So that's why it was a bit of a weird time. But yeah, the kickoff show, the countdown show starts in an hour. And then we should be underway with this event. I think this starts midnight UK time. So I think we've got like an hour countdown show, which is quite long, isn't it? To be honest, there's no matches on it or anything. So I don't know what they've got lined up for that. But yeah, we've still got plenty of time until we get to the actual show itself. I am going to go to New York on Thursday. I can't wait, said Chris. Billy said, I agree with you on the creative. It seems to be built or the downfall of NXT talent. I don't know how Triple H praises NXT talent, but doesn't have creative ideas for them on the main roster, says Billy. Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to have the conversations around that sort of stuff, as we said, because there is just so much we do not get to see. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes. So obviously it's just like guesswork and a bit of a feel as to kind of what they're trying for and what they're doing. I think there's big questions, big questions around the setup of the creative. I mean, I really don't understand how you make it to this point in the year with such big, glaringly obvious problems on the main roster. Like we said, where's the babyface women on SmackDown, right? You know, Chelsea's your mid-card champ, Jade's your champ. I mean, we had a whole segment where it was Chelsea heel against Alba Fire heel, with Chelsea, who's a heel on the outside, being attacked by Kiana, who's a heel, so that Julia, who's a heel, could then go after Chelsea, who, again, reminder, is a heel. And it's like, how have you ended up in this situation? How have we got all these heel women having to brawl and fight with each other because you haven't, like, you know, kept on top of the roster where you should have so many babyface women? So, you know, I don't know. It feels like they know a draft is coming. It feels like they know that a reset is coming. And it feels like we're just trying to get through. That's how it feels. That is genuinely how it feels. It feels like we're just trying to get through. It's one of those where I feel like you'd knock on the door to Triple H, right? And you'd be like, Triple H, I think we've got some big problems here. Like, the rosters don't feel like they're set up correctly. Like, you know, we're really struggling and have been for a while with, like, the tag division over on Raw. And we're really struggling with, like, babyface women over on SmackDown. You know, like, there does feel like there's a real issue there. And I think the answer would be, yeah, we know. It's under control. We're going to do a big reset in the early January. So we've just got to get through this Christmas period. And so we're just going to run with what we've got right now. Everyone's focused on John's last match anyway. So it doesn't matter. We've got a couple of tape shows coming up. We'll just do a Christmas kind of fun thing. And then, you know, there's only a week after that, and then bang, we're into January. So let's get through to January. and then we can do like a bit of a reset, and yeah, we'll fix those problems. And you'd be like, okay, cool, got you, thanks. I mean, it feels like that to me, that kind of conversation, because yeah, it just feels like there's big gaps, and it just feels a bit stale, and definitely could do with a draft, believe it or not. Unsurprising, considering we haven't done one this year. Daze, you know what I would love to see, and that's a wrestling version of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, says Scottish Chris. Okay. I don't watch it, so I can't. I have seen it before though, but they're struggling to book a wrestling show at the moment, but I don't think they need the nightmare of trying to book another show as well. Angel from Philly, shout out to you. Ashley said, I think Bailey should go back to SmackDown and Lyra should go US title. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, however you want to move it around. I mean, we just need a draft. We need a shake-up. We need a reset. We need mass call-ups. We need, we need to kickstart 2026. So if that is the plan, that we're going to do that at the end of this month or early January, yes, let's go. I'm here for it. I'm excited for it. I think it would be a good statement as well, I really think that would be a good thing to do, because what you're doing is you're sending the message that it's a refresh, a restart, a new beginning. You're kind of saying 2026 is not going to be like 2025. We've got all these ideas. These are the people we want. These are the rosters we want. Let's go. And I think that would shake things up. And yeah, I mean, I feel like for the longest time, there's been a bit of a kind of vibe in the community, right? And I think that it extends throughout the rest of the WWE universe. And honestly, I am trying to kind of move away from that, because there's not much more to be discussed about it. Are the ratings down? Yes. Is creative any good? No, it's been pretty poor. Do we know why? Yes, we've spoke about it endlessly, right? I'm really ready to move on to new conversations. I'm really ready to move on to some a bit more positive, some where we can be like, okay, we could do this, we could do that. Yeah, I'm kind of very much in that headspace. So it would be nice to kind of do a big call up and a refresh and a reset, and just let's go, let's launch 2026, let's blow the cobwebs out, let's have a spring clean, let's go again. So I mean, it's okay to try some stuff and it fail. It's okay, and it's going to happen. And I think there's been plenty of that in 2025. But a bit of a refresh, bit of a relaunch, and go into 2026 nice and clean, nice and ready to go. Billy said the problem with not having enough faces and heels is that the fans cheer heels and they boo faces. How can you really predict who the fans will like? I think that's why heel versus heel. I think that's why we see heel versus heel or face versus face now. I think the reason why we see heel versus heel, which we don't see very often, to be honest, is because the roster is messed up. I mean, you wouldn't want to do heel versus heel ideally, because, if they are both heels, they should both be getting booed. If they are good heels, then, both should be getting heat. That's what you do as a heel, you get heat. And so it shouldn't be that a heel versus heel would make any sense whatsoever. I think it's just the state of the roster. That's why we ended up with Jade and Chelsea, because there's not really much of an exciting alternative. I do find something that Triple H says, though, to be a bit concerning about heels. He's got a very deep belief that heels should be justified in what they're saying. It should be that they say something that they really believe in, and, whether you agree with their point of view or not, they believe in it. And you do see that a lot. You see that with Kevin Owens, and you see it with Drew McIntyre, where you can sort of see their point of view when they say they're being screwed over by referees, like Becky now. Becky's saying she's being screwed over by the ref, and she's a heel. You're not meant to like her. But Triple H has got this weird thing, man, where he wants the heels to be sort of justified, which I cannot get my head around. Really don't understand why you would want a heel to be someone that you could relate to and understand their perspective. I mean, to me, they should be lying, cheating, deceiving, out for themselves. If they're making points that, and I think this is a problem where a lot of people look at what they're saying and go, yeah, do you know what? They're making a good point, actually. Then, what? Why would you want that? Why would you want a heel to be someone that fans look at and go, I really do understand where they're coming from, you know? I do think Drew is being screwed. I do think there's a bit of a conspiracy against Drew. He does deserve better, is right. That, to me, is like, you're muddying the water, and I don't understand why you want to do that. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want a heel that should just be hated, that should be booed, that should be representing all the kind of bad things about society? You know, to me, a heel should be lazy, taking shortcuts. Yeah, babyface works hard, does the right thing. A heel is someone that just, you know, cheats, lies, deceives, takes shortcuts, not in a fun way, not in an Eddie Guerrero way, not in a cheeky way, yeah? Not in a, you know, I'm kind of on your side way, but in a, you know, they've screwed over this guy I really like sort of way. I do find that very, very strange. I don't know why Triple H is thinking that way. I mean, he's been a heel, so part of me wonders if he was just very frustrated when he was a heel, that he was being made to do stuff that was very nonsensical. You know, doing stuff just because it's the heel thing to do. I understand that. I understand, you know, him being made to do stuff. He gave an example. He was like, heels don't always have to be the moustache-twirling villains that are tying people to the railway tracks. You know, they don't always have... They can be more human than that. They can be more realistic than that, right? That's a very exaggerated version of what a heel, a villain is, right? They can be, like, you know, it can be a bit more relatable than that. But I think he's gone way too far, honestly. I mean, I think it hurt Cody when Cody was... I think it's hurt Cody a few times. When Cody was feuding with Kevin, and there was a load of people saying Kevin's right. Kevin's right. You know, he is being screwed out of stuff here, and, you know, that was hurting Cody, because rather than Cody trying to bring down this evil heel, there was loads of people online that were siding with Kevin. Which just honestly, I couldn't get my head around it. And the same thing happened again with Drew, where again, loads of people are with Drew, saying Drew's right. They can see his point of view. And it's like, why are you presenting your heels that way? And he's doing the same thing with Becky as well now, where Becky is like, you know, saying that the ref's trying to screw her. And the ref was. I mean, Jess Carr did count fast in that one match. I mean, she wasn't lying. It was, if you go back and watch it, she did count fast. It was like 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, it is... She was cheated. She was actually cheated. And so the thing is that after that, every time there is like a bit of a grey area now, you do wonder more, was she cheated? I mean, when Becky said that she hadn't tapped at Survivor Series, I genuinely was looking for any clear evidence that her hand had actually touched the body or touched, you know, something. Because I was starting to believe that Becky might have been screwed again. Because I saw her get screwed before in the first match with Maxine. So I didn't know if Becky had actually tapped, actually touched the body, actually tapped. Or if she had done like that where she hadn't touched anything. But because she had moved her arm so frantically, it looked like she was tapping. And, you know, Becky's put out some fun clips where she's making out that she's not tapping. She's saying, come here, guys. Come here, teammates. To her Survivor Series team. She wasn't tapping. She was telling them, come here. Come here. I need help. And she put a little clip out, which was very humorous. But, yeah, I mean, the problem is, if you show me a clip of Becky being screwed by a referee, and then tell me in a different match that Becky's been screwed again, unless I can see clear evidence that she hasn't been screwed, I'm going to question it. And why are we doing that? Why are we presenting heels that way? I find it so strange. So, I don't know, there are concerns that I have with just Triple H's booking, regardless of the roster, regardless of what creative team is around him, regardless of anything else that's going on. I have some questions around just his general philosophies, which is a real concern. I don't remember this being a thing in NXT. I don't remember Triple H having to make the heels all kind of relatable and their reasonings logical and all this. I don't remember this kind of stuff happening in NXT. Perhaps it was just presented a bit better than how it's been on the main roster. I'm not sure. Don't know. Very, very, very interesting, though. Lots of different angles to talk about. Rage Warrior said WWE needs to get Ref Jess feuding with Becky. Maybe build up a match against Ref Jess. Calix needs to start interfering. Rich said, do we think Ricky Saints looks like The Rock? A little bit. Not loads. I'd say like, I don't know, 30%, something like that. He does. He's been accused of looking like him before. I'd say Myles Borne looks more like Randy. But yeah, you know, he's got a few. He's clearly been inspired by him. Let's put it that way. Drew needs the respect he deserves. Cody and Drew has been going on too long, says Rack. What if the reason why there's not been a draft is because WWE is trying to keep as much star power on Raw because Netflix is paying more and they're throwing their weight around? It happens with Fox, says Big Time. Well, I can't answer that. The only thing I would say is that it doesn't make much sense to me because you still would keep your star power around. The kind of stuff that we need call-ups and help with is not the top of the cards. So, you know, the top of the card with your Seths, your Codys, your Romans, you know, all of that stuff, all of those people would be absolutely fine. But it's when it comes to the middle of the cards, you know. I mean, like, for example, yesterday, we did, the middle of the card had Alexa against Kyrie in a match that we didn't need because we're meant to be feuding for the tag titles. I don't think any match has been announced for the tag titles. So why are we faffing around with singles matches? And, you know, is Kyrie and Alexa bringing star power? I mean, don't get me wrong. Alexa's, you know, been a former women's champion and she's got some fans. But I can't imagine that being anything that's like she's got to be on the show type situation. So I look at that and I'm like, that's really the best you could come up with. And then the match after that was the Chelsea Jade match, which I know was not really that serious. But again, a heel against heel. So, I mean, for me, the two matches in the middle, I mean, obviously our main event was LA Knight Gunther, winner going on to be John Cena's final opponent. Great. No issue with that whatsoever. Opening match was Ilya against Carmelo, and that was a lot of fun. Not down on that. But, like, yeah, the two matches in the middle I've got big question marks around. And I just feel like that sort of middle of the card is where you'd want some NXT talent. It doesn't need to kind of interfere with the big names. You know, Cody Rhodes would still open the show, for example. So, and exactly the same with Netflix as well. So I don't really understand why you don't shake things around, move people around. Even if you want to leave your big names where they are, just, you know, change around a few emerging talents, then, you know, do that. I mean, whatever you need to do, really. But I think, honestly, it's more to do with not being able to fit it in. I mean, the word on the street was that they just couldn't fit it in. They tried to do it after WrestleMania, but there's been so many shows that we've constantly been building to shows, and we just haven't really had much of a breathing room. There's not been much breathing space to actually be able to fit a draft in. So I think it's probably more that, to be honest, because star power wise, you will still have that. I mean, you can call people up. It's not going to result in like CM Punk leaving or anything. I mean, they're still going to be around. They're still going to be used. Same with Cody. Same with Seth. It's just, you could even put some people with them. Cody Rhodes could have, Ricky Saints with him, a couple of people with him, just like we've done with Seth and the Vision. Who knows? Maybe we do a new sort of group around Roman. Perhaps the Usos aren't going to do what Roman wants, and so he has to get some new sort of supporters, if you will. So there's a way of still using that star power, but, still calling people up, even at the main event level. But it's not even that level that I'm worried about. It's the mid-card that just feels really flat. I mean, Dominic was Intercontinental Champion, and it was pretty dull, to be honest. There wasn't really much excitement going on when Dominic had that first run with the championship. There's names that you can use, like a Penta or someone like that, but I mean, the feuds just weren't very good, but maybe we're going into a different conversation there. Maybe that's more to do with just the lack of stories and creative, but, well, there's just fires everywhere you turn, isn't there, to be honest? Daze, the final PLE of the year, said Benny. I've got a Supreme Pizza, Haribo's newest holiday edition gummies, and a porterhouse steak with walnut puree. Let's effing go. Dean said, we deserve a draft because the match we could do would be better for both Monday and SmackDown. Yeah, I agree. That's why we're hoping that the news is true. That's how we got onto this subject, that the news is true and that we are going to see some NXT call-ups taking place very, very soon in the coming month, later this month, or certainly before the Rumble. And then hopefully that breathes new life into the main rosters. The Kabuki Warriors are one of the best things on Raw. They are great, says Nathan. Humble Rumble said, I thought that was good. Gunther said he was going to make Cena give up. I want Cena to win his last match, says Humble Rumble. What will Gunther do after the Cena match, said Ashley. Probably go home or back to a hotel, I would imagine. I expect him to win. And I think that he should get a real big push in 2026. I think that he is the right person. I think that I think he's perfectly placed, to be honest with you, because I think what you've got there is someone that's going to get attention. I mean, he is going to be known around the world as being John Cena's last opponent. And there'll be people that tune into that show that don't normally watch wrestling, right? Because it's going to be one of those events. John Cena's final match, who doesn't want to tune in for that, right? Even if you don't normally watch wrestling, it's going to be special, isn't it? To see John Cena having his final match, the emotion, the drama, amazing, right? I think it's going to do amazing views. It doesn't even matter who is wrestling. It makes no difference who is wrestling. It's John Cena's last match. It's all about John. So Gunther is going to get amazing exposure from being that person. And I wouldn't be shocked if Netflix revealed, if it ever comes out, that actually that show did more views than any other show in 2025, WWE-wise. Wouldn't shock me, genuinely. I don't know if it's on Netflix, to be honest, but wherever the numbers are, right? Wherever they come out of, because it's going to be in different places around the world. I think Peacock maybe in America, YouTube maybe. So we might be able to see the numbers if it is on YouTube internationally. But I wouldn't be shocked if it turned out that that had actually done bigger numbers, better numbers than any show in 2025 for WWE, including WrestleMania and the Rumble. Because there's only ever going to be one final John Cena match, right? And we've done this big tournament building up to it. Cena's been all over every show, you know, talking about his final match. I mean, you can't have watched a Raw or a SmackDown or even a flipping Evolve without having like a John Cena moment, a John Cena advert being played, right? I mean, they know how big of a deal this is. And I think that Gunther is perfectly placed because he is the person that can beat John. And he is someone that's been a couple time world heavyweight champ. He's someone now that you can absolutely pull the trigger with in 2026. I mean, you can say to the world, this is our big monster that we've got right now, right? Yeah, Brock's around, of course. But this is the guy that's going to be around for the next 5 years, Gunther, right? This is our monster. And you can present him as a real problem, a real problem. And he beats John Cena. And then next year, you're ready to capitalize. It's not that he's a young talent we're going to move with in a few years. It's not like Javon Evans, who's 21. He's going to be great. You know, please keep watching because we're going to do big things with this guy over the next few years. Gunther is ready now. Gunther is ready to have a big 2026. He could main event WrestleMania next year. Night 2. If you told me it was Gunther against Cody, I'd believe you. Night 2, Gunther Cody shouldn't feel like that is crazy. I mean, it shouldn't feel that way. It should feel very, very logical that this is our monster heel taking on our monster babyface. Championship, WWE Championship as well, on the line. And, you know, this is the direction we're going. So that should not feel strange. It shouldn't feel weird. It shouldn't be questioned. It should just be, yeah, of course, that makes sense. So that is, that's why for me, Gunther makes a lot of sense because he's never main evented WrestleMania. He's never held the WWE Championship. To me, I think there is still a question mark as to, is he really Night 2 level? You know, I think there is a question mark around that because he's never done it. And he's, you know, if you talk about Brock, Roman, CM Punk, does Gunther roll off the tongue as kind of belonging in that list? I don't think he does at the moment. And I think the big reason for that, there's a couple of things. One is momentum, but the other one is because he's never achieved what they have achieved. And so by beating Cena and having a big 2026, he can just naturally sit alongside those names of Roman, Seth, Cody, Punk, Gunther, Brock. It shouldn't stand out. It shouldn't feel weird. That's the level we're trying to get him to. Or at least that's the level I believe that we're trying to get him to. So that's why when people keep saying he doesn't need it, I don't understand that personally. I don't understand that argument at all. I think some people just look at the fact he's been a 2-time world heavyweight champion, having never main evented either night of WrestleMania. He's never even main evented night 1 of WrestleMania. And for some reason, that's it. He's already achieved it. Is a made man. And it's like, no, far from it. There's still so much that he needs to do. He's never won a Royal Rumble. He's never main evented either night of WrestleMania. He only main evented night 1 of SummerSlam this year. Never main evented night 2. And in fact, if SummerSlam was a one-day event, he wouldn't have main evented that because it would have been Cody and Cena. So he wouldn't even have main evented that. So we're talking about a guy here that has still got so much more that he needs to achieve, a definite another level that he needs to go to. He's on the verge of reaching that level, and I think this match can get him there. So I think big 2026. I would expect a WWE Championship reign. That's what I would expect at some point in the year, which is a big prediction. But I just think, why mess around? If you're going to give Gunther the honor of retiring John, being John's last match, then you've got to get behind him. You've got to back him. You've got to push him. And for me, a push is not putting him back to a world heavyweight title, but actually the WWE Championship. And maybe night 2 of SummerSlam. because I've not heard any rumors that he's going to main event WrestleMania. But there's no reason why he can't main event night 2 of SummerSlam. Why can't he beat Brock at Mania and then main event night 2 of SummerSlam? I mean, honestly, it could be the crowning of Gunther. 2026 could be Gunther's coronation at the very, very top of WWE. And me personally, I'm not against it. I know not everyone's on board with Gunther. I know that some people find him to be a bit dull. That's not what I see. I really like him. I think he's a very, very credible wrestler. I mean, some of the matches he's had. I mean, that match with Solo was so good. So good. So impressive. I really enjoyed his match with CM Punk at SummerSlam. I do think it went on a touch too long. You could definitely shave at least 5 minutes off it. But it was a very impressive match. I mean, if you look at Cage Match, I would feel very confident if we would just click on Gunther matches and just see what community scores were over there. And even the community scores we've got in our community, very, very positive when it comes to Gunther matches. I don't think anyone is going to make too much of an argument that Gunther can't wrestle. I think that would be a tough argument to make. Maybe you can say that his promos are not very good. But I think since they got his old music back, that's been a big improvement. Since they returned back to, his NXT theme, the classical music theme. I think that's, been that's better than the Gunther theme that he had. So that's a step in the right direction. I think he's just credible, isn't he? I really like him. So I think Brock at WrestleMania is what I'm currently thinking. And maybe he goes for the title at SummerSlam, the WWE Championship at SummerSlam. Dolph Ziggler was a 2-time World Heavyweight Champion, never seen as the guy Gunther has to get there, said Tabasco Bosch. That's a really good point, that is. That's a really good point. That's that's well said. There are people that have won that World Heavyweight Championship before. And I think that also plays a large part into my thinking about how I don't see the World Heavyweight Championship as being the same level. Because that original World Heavyweight Championship, Big Gold, we did put that belt on different people to see how they would do. It was a belt that went on to the likes of Jack Swagger, It was a belt that went on to Mark Henry, who I really liked. And I'm so pleased that he did get that run. But he didn't get the WWE Championship. But he did get the World Heavyweight Championship. And same with Dolph. There was a lot of people that we put the World Heavyweight Championship on, but we didn't put the WWE Championship on. And actually, we're seeing the exact same thing now. World Heavyweight Championship on Jey Uso. World Heavyweight Championship on Damian Priest. World Heavyweight Championship on Gunther. None of them have won the WWE Championship. It's very clear that this World Heavyweight Championship is like my first World Championship. It's kind of like, let's give them a run with the baby belt, right? No offense to the World Heavyweight Championship. It's still a legitimate world title. But it is that step down from WWE Championship in my mind. And I think that this is also the belt that you could see them giving Bron Breakker to. Bron Breakker with that World Heavyweight Championship. Again, not the WWE Championship. That's the belt you progress to. And I think Gunther's on the verge. So, yeah, good point about Dolph Ziggler, Tabasco Boshi. Humble Rumble said, OTC is kind of dumb. Singing Roman is getting old. People are just following trends. Daze, if someone said you had to go back and watch one Cena match this year in its entirety, what would you choose, said Aseem? There was 2 that I would choose if I had to go watch a Cena match this year, and it's the top 2 because I'd want to sort of. I think the AJ Styles one is a match I would go back to because I would want to see if the match was as good as I thought at the time. Some people say that it was just spamming finishers, which I do understand where they're coming from, but I also slightly disagree with, because I think that they were moves that were connected with John Cena's previous opponents, right? I think if you had Carmelo get in the ring with Jordynne and they just spammed finishers and the finishers didn't have any meaning, that is a match that you could be like, yeah, it was fun, but, you know, it's just, they were just like hitting people's finishers, right? It didn't really mean much. That's not going to get you 5 stars, right? But I think for John to do it as a thank you to all those people he'd been in the ring with as he's approaching the end of one of the greatest careers we've ever seen in WWE. And, you know, they're doing all these different moves. And even AJ Styles was getting in on it. I think Styles hits Sweet Chin music. And, you know, AJ was like doing a few bits in there as well. I think that for me, like, it was just, yeah, special. I tell you, I was quite pleased, though, that they didn't do that in the Dominic match, because I think that would be overkill if he was to hit a load of moves during every match, you know, other people's moves. And it keeps that AJ one special. I think that is a conscious decision by John to not do that in that Dominic match. Or do it in the TV matches. I mean, I don't think he did it in that Raw tag match either. Spam some previous opponents' finishers. I think they hit, like, you know, it was the perfect timing against the perfect opponent. And I think it was just fantastic. So I think for me, like, it depended who was going to do it, when they were going to do it. And that context is really important. And I think it was a brilliant match as a result. Really enjoyed it. I'd like to go back and rewatch it just to see, now that I know what they're doing, and, you know, is it as good on a second viewing, or was it just a magic moment at the time? You know, I think it would be as good. So I'd like to watch that, or I wouldn't mind going back to the Cody one at SummerSlam, because I think that there's definitely elements in that match that I'm not crazy about. Not much, just a couple of bits that I'm not as keen on as other people. But by and large, it was a really good match. And it was his best match up until that point. I think the AJ match might eclipse it, though. The AJ match is not as big. It's not as important. So it does lose marks in that regard. But I think it's tighter. I think that the SummerSlam match feels to me like it's quite loose. It's quite long. It feels like there's a lot of, like, outside the ring bits that maybe didn't need to be there, or certainly should have been a bit quicker. So it feels a bit more elongated, a bit looser, whereas the AJ match feels shorter and tighter. So they're both very different feeling matches. But I think I'd go back to the AJ one over the Cody one at SummerSlam, but those are the top 2 in my mind when it comes to Cena in 2025. Rent-free, hello, said, Daze, do we see SmackDown on the 2nd of January? It's going to be the first 3-hour SmackDown. It's the official start of WrestleMania season. I hope they will want to make it a big show, what with it going 3 hours. Well, you make a good point, actually, Rent-free. Maybe that is the moment that we do actually do a draft or call-ups, because we've now got 3 hours of content that we need to try and provide. So maybe that is what they are waiting for. That is what they are saving the call-ups for. Big Time said, Daze, here's a hot take. Okay. Javon is awesome. But the reason why he stands out so much is because his style is very similar to a lot of AEW talents. And we're not used to that form of wrestling beside black and gold, says Big Time. Okay. I enjoyed Cena Punk at Night of Champs, says Big Time. Gendrick said, what do we think of USC 323? Not, honestly, don't know. I've not even looked at it. If I'm not going to be able to watch the show, I don't even pay it any attention. It's one that I'd like to have a look at the results of course, and I might watch a few review videos of after, but I won't get a chance to watch the actual event itself. But yeah, I'd like to know kind of what's gone down afterwards, because we will do UFC again in the future. And so a lot of what happens tonight, I'm sure, will feature in future shows and will feature in future reviews that I need to do, or predictions, or, do you know what I mean, like information that I'm going to need. But if I'm not covering it, I don't do any sort of viewing in the build. So not on my radar, unfortunately. It is such a shame when they collide. I so wish that TKO would sort this out. I mean, I feel like it's a no-brainer. If I was running TKO, I have absolutely no idea why I would want my big shows going up against each other at the exact same time. I mean, you can debate whether Deadline is a big show or not, but, I mean, it's still a WWE PLE in some form. It might not be Survivor Series, right? It might not be WrestleMania, but I have absolutely no idea why this keeps happening and why this is not something that they haven't sorted out. Because there must be crossover. But there is, me, and I'm sure many of you as well. So, you know, why they keep having to make us choose, I really don't know. Wrestler Andy said, when do we last watch a wrestling event without streaming it? Oh, I watch wrestling events every now and again. So I sometimes, if I'm working, will just put on like an old show from the network or something. Well, not the network, Netflix. And just put it on in the background. The only thing is, I don't do it that often because, to be perfectly truthful, if I'm doing making graphics, or I'm doing research, or I'm doing like, you know, getting a members game together, or whatever it might be, setting up streams, I can't really sit and give the show much attention. I sort of have to just listen. It's podcasts that are better, really. It's talking where you don't have to watch is better. I was really considering, and I don't know if I will do it, but I was really considering subscribing to Wrestling Observer Radio, right? Brian Alvarez. I like Brian Alvarez. I think that I don't agree with everything he says, but, you know, I don't know that there's anyone in the world I would agree with everything they have to say. But do I respect his opinion? That's kind of the important thing, right? And yeah, I do, actually. I do respect what he's saying. I might not agree with everything he says, but I respect it. Same with Jim Cornette. I respect his opinion. You know, you think about how long he's been in wrestling. And all the, you know, he was running OVW. I mean, how can you not respect someone that is so knowledgeable about wrestling, right? Again, I don't agree with everything he says, because I know that he's been pretty down on women's wrestling and Japanese women's wrestling. And that seems to be a real struggle for him. He just can't find much enjoyment there, which is something I personally really enjoy. You know, I really enjoy watching Io and Asuka and Kairi, but whenever I've listened to Jim talk about those kind of characters, he always says they're too small. He has an issue with people using, like, women using weapons, because it's just not believable. And I don't know, I find myself disagreeing with that kind of stuff. But there's plenty of stuff that I agree with him about, and it's always interesting to hear his perspective on things, of course. So I was really debating whether to subscribe to Wrestling Observer Radio, because they've been doing podcasts since 2008. So you can go back and there's like thousands of episodes of podcasts talking about various Raws, SmackDowns, PLEs, their thoughts, breaking down the card, talking about things that have happened. And I was like, it's audio, it's not visual. Put it on in the background. Don't really need to pay it much attention. Zone in, zone out. I was like, that might be quite good, actually. So I was debating on that. Otherwise, you know, I sometimes put on just bits. It's really random. What I just put on in the background is just background stuff, but it's normally just background stuff. So, yeah, I was debating as to whether to do that or not. I might do in 2026. Not sure. But that might be a bit easier to follow than, oh my God, good God almighty, he's killed him, you know? And then you're like, why, what's happened? And then you're having to, like, stop doing what you're doing to watch, you know, a show that's got, like, JR or something commentating. it's at times demands your attention, of course. You can't just listen to it like you could a podcast. So that's my barrier, honestly. This is why if ever we were doing like a retro watch long or something, it's so much easier to do it as a stream, because that way, no distractions. I sit down, I watch the show, and it's so much easier to kind of get into it that way, of course, rather than trying to watch and do other things. TKO is a terribly run company, says Billy. They don't plan ahead for things like this. They are greedy. I just read that a front row seat at WrestleMania is like 40,000. Then they tack on the streaming and the PLE prices. Well, I've said this before, I don't mind how much you charge for front row, second row, third row. In fact, I don't mind how much you charge for floor seats. I am more personally worried about the people in the stands, because the people in the stands, that's your kids and your families that probably don't have like much disposable income. So, you know, I think about my situation, right? I've not got much money, right? I'm in a situation where I work all the time, we stream all the time, and, you know, I'm fine. I mean, I've got a roof over my head, I've got food, right? And I'm very happy. But, you know, I'm certainly not someone that's going to be going and getting floor seats at flipping Raw, SmackDown, WrestleMania, these kind of places, right? At those kind of prices. But could I afford to just get in the room? Could I afford, and certainly if I had kids, could I afford to take me and my kids, which I don't have, but if I did, to Raw or SmackDown or NXT? Could I get in the room? And I just think that, you know, if you can't get to sit on the floor, boo-hoo, right? No offense, but could you get in the room? Because we are very much at the point where there are kids that are in families that would love to go to the wrestling and the parents just can't afford it. Just absolutely cannot afford it, because it is so much money just to get even in the stands. And so, for me, I'm a big believer that what WWE should do is they should make the stands a certain price, and then just go crazy with the floor. Go flipping crazy with the floor. Charge as much as you want. Make them people pay. If they've got the money and they can afford to pay, make them pay. And then keep the stands cheaper so that you can at least get in the room. And I'm honestly, I think that even that would have pushback. Even people would be like, oh, so, you know, the people on the floor have to basically pay for the people in. Yes, you do. Yes, basically. If you've got money and you are well off, then I'm going to take that money if you want the privilege of sitting in the front row. You know, you can contribute more so that the people in the stands don't have to spend as much. I don't know if that's got a name like communism or something. I have no idea. I don't care. It's what I believe in. Because I think that, you know, if you're working class and you know, put a shift in at work and your kids want to go to wrestling, I think it's heartbreaking to think that there are kids that get told just can't afford it. Tickets now are just flipping so expensive. So I think, honestly, front row, make them, charge them $1 million. I don't care. Everyone in the front row, you want to sit at the front row of WrestleMania, it's going to cost you £1 million. It's going to cost you £1 million. You can meet the wrestlers. We'll take you backstage. And you can walk down the ramp and you can meet Alicia Taylor. And she'll give you an intro as well if you want. She'll be like, green shirt guy, like this, yeah? And you can shake Triple H's hand, and we'll throw some other bits in, yeah? There's a bottle of wine or something. But it's going to cost you £1 million, and I do not care. As long as the seats further back for the people that just want to get in are cheaper. So, I mean, there's no way of stopping that, is there? There has to be a compromise somewhere. And actually, it was funny because I watched a documentary on WrestleMania 9, and they said that Vince was adamant that there always had to be a segment that was like $50 tickets. And that was like WrestleMania 9. He was adamant that there should be a segment where people can afford to get in. And that's Vince. You know, Vince, the evil one. Him. even he was making sure that there was an area that people could, buy tickets and afford to attend. Now, granted, I'm sure that area sold out pretty quick, but, at least he was doing something. I don't feel like TKO are doing anything to try and help people out. So, yeah, I agree that TKO are very money motivated. I mean, every company is. But it would be good if there was something that they could give fans, If there was something they could, or some way they could say that, they're going to commit to a certain price point for certain segments of the arena. And at least then we would know that, okay, first come, first served, there's a chance that you could get a good price for a seat. It's interesting as well because the people are learning now that the later you buy tickets, the cheaper you can get them. So these prices are really high, but they don't always sell. And if you wait until like the day before the show and look to see, normally there are tickets going for much, much cheaper than they were a few weeks before. I think it was Brock Lesnar guy managed to get into John Cena's last match. And I think he's paid like floor seats $400, about $400 when it's meant to be a couple of grand. And it was either Survivor Series or the last Cena's last match. It was one of them. But it's a massive reduction because of how late in the day it is that he's purchased the ticket. So it appears like there is a little trick so that you can actually get cheaper tickets. It's a gamble, of course, because if the event just sells out, then there's not much you can do. But seems to be something that's working for people at the moment is don't get your tickets early, leave them late, and then anything that's not sold gets drastically reduced. And people are having success with that. So that's a little trick. If I was to go to the wrestling, I would just very, very late, couple of days before, I would have a look and see what the prices are. And hopefully if there is anything left, then I can get it at a very good price. Unless I really, really need to go. And then, of course, you're just going to have to pay, aren't you? Boom. WWE stopped coming to my state in the US. It sucks, said Rage Warrior. But I was able to meet a few good WWE talent last time they came. I met Becky and AJ, the Good Brothers. Got some real good memories. Oh, Rage Warrior, that's great. That sounds awesome. Sounds like you had a great time. Right, where are we? We got 10 minutes to go. Yes, kings and queens. We've got 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go, and we will be in the countdown. Now, I don't know what they're doing with the countdown. I'd imagine it's just going to be at the headquarters, WWE headquarters. But there might be some fun little interviews and whatnot. I do feel like this is a show that's lacking a little bit of buzz, a little bit of hype. I think that what they did on SmackDown was a little bit late in the day. Would have benefited from, Shawn Michaels' announcements or something like this. It feels like there's just, I don't know, just feels like there's just something missing from tonight. But the card looks pretty fun. I think if you're an NXT fan, there's plenty here for you to get your teeth into. But if you are like not normally an NXT viewer, should be a fun show, but it does feel like there's just a little hype that's kind of missing from this one. To be honest, probably understandable considering what's happening next weekend. I think WWE's focus, rather than being on this, has very much been on John Cena's last match, which is probably not wrong. So probably just being a bit overshadowed this year. Big Time said, do we think the wrestlers view each other as friends and competition? I'm sure everyone claps for each other's success, but I'm sure some women see others on the roster as a threat. Well, I wouldn't say just women. I would say guys as well, and I think almost certainly, and we've touched on that this year with Tiffany and Charlotte. I think that was very much about being replaced. I think that was very much about Charlotte coming back and seeing that there's a new blonde young thing that does moonsaults, that's younger than what she is, that's so excited to be here, and Charlotte is her hero and everything. And, I think Charlotte looked at Tiffany and was like, I know that you're here for my spot. I know that there is now a chance that I won't make SummerSlam or WrestleMania because you are going to be doing that instead. Like, they are going to go with you instead. And yeah, I think that's hard. I think mentally it's really difficult. Really difficult. I mean, every time someone gets called up, they're obviously going to come up with hype and momentum. They are going to be the flavor of the month. And, you know, if you're a Sheamus who struggles to get regular TV time, or you're a Miz who, you know, feels like he's paid his dues, feels like he deserves better, you know, I can't see any way that they are not. I think that it's got to be healthy, hasn't it, though? I mean, you've got to be focused on what you can do. What can I do? That's the best way of viewing it, yeah? And that's the same with any competition, you know? And it's a massive... I was so fortunate to learn that lesson, you know? I mean, you could say the same when it comes to, like, YouTubing and content creation, right? There's so many people that are doing streams, so many people that do wrestling content. You could say that that's the same in this world, right? The world that I'm in. But I was really fortunate that I learned a lesson from the Monday Night Wars in the 90s. I remember, like, WWE, they were going after WCW, and they were doing loads of parodies, yeah? The Huckster and stuff like that, right? Billionaire Ted. They were doing loads of stuff like that. And it was a kind of backfiring. I mean, they were not winning in the ratings. And I remember seeing a documentary, it was on a DVD, where Vince basically said, as soon as we started focusing on ourselves and just building our own talent rather than trying to knock down them, we started to see some growth. And I don't know, it just really resonated with me. Really, and it's helped me so much in life, because even when I worked in retail, you're competing against other people for promotions, for overtime, yeah? I mean, competition exists everywhere. It's not just, you know, wrestlers in a locker room. I mean, it's players in your favorite sport. Think about all those footballers. Think about all those American footballers that want to be in the starting lineup that are competing against each other. Think about all those actors that are competing against each other to be in that film. Yeah. So, I mean, it's absolutely everywhere. You're competing against people to try and get opportunities. And so I don't know why, man. I really don't know why that was a lesson that resonated with me, but it really did. That whole just focus on yourself. Just focus on you. And, you know, you try and be the best version of you. The person that you're really competing with is you. That's who you're really competing with. You know, if you're a musician that's made an album, you know, you shouldn't be upset that you didn't get #1 because someone else made a better album. You should have made a better album. Really? You know, if yours was better than theirs, you would have been #1, wouldn't it? So it's not them necessarily you're competing with. It's yourself. It's you making the best album that you can. And if you could do no better than that, then that is it. That is the best that you could do. If you're a football player and you try your best and that's the absolute best that you can do, well, then if you don't make the team, you don't make the team. You know, it's one of those that there was just someone that was better, and that's okay. I mean, that happens in the world. But what can you do about it? Nothing. That was the absolute best that you could do. And so I think that when it comes to like wrestling and wrestlers, if you are doing what we're told Maxine Dupree does, which is constantly trying to learn, constantly trying to improve, constantly trying to better yourself, if everyone is doing that, then there's not much more you can do, is there? You know? And I think that's a much healthier way of looking at it. Am I doing the best that I can do? Am I giving everything that I can give? Could I speak to Triple H and find out why I'm not getting TV time? Like, do I need to change my character? Do I need to work on my promos? Do I need to work on my in-ring? What is it about me that's not getting opportunity? I'm sure The Miz has those conversations. I'd love to know what he gets told. I would love to know what he gets told. But yeah, that kind of doing the best that you can, worrying about yourself, focusing on your lane, not worrying about other people and what they're doing. That's a big lesson that I got from the Attitude Era, believe it or not. It's weird. I do not know why that resonated with me so much. I think it must have been because it came at a time in my life where I needed that information. I needed that advice. I think it was at a time in my life where I was working in retail and there was like lots of people competing to, get on in the company. And I think it was at a time in my life where it just was like, that's the info I needed. That's the advice I needed. That is the perfect info at the right time. And it just really resonated with me. And, that is, how I kind of try to live my life, really. And I would imagine a lot of wrestlers are that way as well. I would imagine. But yeah, Charlotte and Tiffany would be an example of a recent kind of breakdown of that, where I think Charlotte came back and saw someone that was looking to try and take her place. Okay, we've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. William, hello, said Daze, it's that time of the year. People think they're here for a time that they somehow have a right to be here. We have to respect each other. We've got to fight against the worst in ourselves. Well, I hear that. Okay, streaming. There we go. They've already kind of started with their countdown kind of video. Should be kicking off very soon. It's on YouTube if anyone wanted to know. Right. Nice. Hello to Long Beach Hippie. Hope you're doing well. James said, but what if I don't respect anyone to be nice to them? James, hope you're doing well, buds. I hope the cricket isn't destroying your morale too much. It's bad, isn't it? Hannah said, Daze, who would you say had the best and worst 2025 from the entire roster? I think people like Apollo Crews, Theory, Meechin are going to shine next year. Who had the best? Oh, it's hard, isn't it? Because like Crews just has got no TV time in 2025. But equally, how do you look at that? Do you go, oh, that's the worst. He can't get TV time. Or do you look at it as like, dude still got a job? Somehow that he's not been cut. Which is, I don't know. I don't know. I actually have no idea how he keeps surviving cuts. How do we lose Dakota Kai and people like Shayna Baszler, Braun Strowman, and Apollo Crews is still on the roster? Like, I don't want him to get cut. This is not like a campaign, but it is a question of like, how? Just how? How does this keep happening? I mean, I'm sure he's not on like the highest of wages, but how? I don't know. I don't have an answer. So I think that, I don't know. It depends how you view it, doesn't it? Depends how you view it. I mean, the other way as well is like, you could say that Tiffany had a really good year because obviously, she won at Mania. She had a run with the belt. I mean, she's still relatively new. She's going to keep improving. But the downside is that I think she lost quite a bit of aura as well. I think that there was a lot of momentum and a lot of love for Tiffany that I think has kind of eroded. I mean, I don't feel the same way about Tiffany now that I did. Tiffany, when she was in NXT, she was a solid worker. She had a fun character. She could do some, agile moves, do a lovely looking moonsault. And yeah, I mean, she was someone that we were on board with. And then she went to the main roster, got over. They got her to the belt. She had that kind of, stuff with Charlotte. I was still on board with Tiffany at that point. And then, I don't know, since Mania, it's just been really bad. I feel like I don't know what's happened. I don't know if she's just run out of tricks. I don't know if we've seen everything there is to see. But her matches have just been so poor since then. I don't know. I don't know if that feud took away some of the magic. I don't know if that feud with Charlotte, like, I don't know, was like a real disappointing moment for her. That was her hero, and it was such a hard moment. And I don't know, has it demotivated her, or I just feel like it's all fallen very, very flat. She's like a soda that you've opened and then all the gas has gone out and now it's just flat. Like, that's where I feel we've gone with Tiffany. And she doesn't seem to have anything other than, what time is it? What time is it? Like that. And it's like, it's Tiffy time. Yeah, what time is it? Like, let me know, have you got anything else? So, I don't know, a break, probably, recharge, come back early next year. I mean, hopefully she's, getting a good break, but hopefully she's, putting some work in and learning some new stuff and fleshing that character out a bit more, yeah? Rather than just, what time is it? What time is it? So, yeah, I'm very much thinking, how do you view that? I mean, do you say she's had a great year? Or actually, do you say that it really was a mixed bag? I think for her, it might have been a bit of a mixed bag. Same with, like, Julia. I mean, Julia gets called up, gets to a United States Championship. Amazing that she does that so quickly. But, I mean, all you see is Julia fans just pulling their hair out because she's not getting consistent TV time, consistent matches. She's not getting, like, invested in. And so, Julia fans are pulling their hair out with the way she's being presented. Even though she's been called up, got to a championship very quickly, and, is on TV, just normally, in a little backstage interview or something. So, yeah, I think a lot of them are like real mixed bags. I think a lot of people had some highs and lows really mixed in 2025. For my dinner drink, I'm going to mix Powerade and Mountain Dew, said Keegan. Yes. Ace said, does Stand and Deliver start at 12? Don't know. Stand and Deliver is normally WrestleMania weekend. And I don't think they've released any information about that yet. I mean, it is true. It is normally WrestleMania weekend. What does BFAB have? What does Michin have? Tiffy is 100 times the performer that they are. Yeah, but that's a low bar, isn't it? Because BFAB's not getting on TV, is she? And Michin's barely getting on TV. In fact, they're only getting TV time now because there's no one else around. We're talking about a very different level of performer and opportunity. I mean, we're not seeing BFAB or Michin getting women's title matches at WrestleMania. We're not seeing the level of investment in them that we're seeing in Tiffany. So we're sort of comparing completely different people. It's like saying, Stephanie is women's world champion. Well, what is Ava compared to that? It's like, it's two different completely people with getting completely different opportunities. I think if BFAB was being used at WrestleMania in a women's match, the same as Tiffany had been, and had a run with a women's world title and had been used on multiple PLEs, then we could compare. But that, Tiffany is the one that they have really invested in and really given a spotlight to this year. And, as we said, up until WrestleMania, I think was in a really good place. But after that, I think we just ran out of tricks. I don't think there was anything else to see. I don't think there was anything else she could really show us that we just haven't seen. So, yeah, I don't know. Her match quality seemed to really fall away. Perhaps it didn't help. She was feuding with Jade. And Jade's an interesting comparison because Jade is someone that we haven't seen her run yet. And, I don't know that there's much there to see with Jade either. So maybe there's just a bit of a problem with just the talent we've got in general. Perhaps, it's still talent that's really learning and emerging. rather than talent that is really fleshed out, and ready to take that ball. I don't know. I look at Tiffany and Jade and I just sort of feel like, shouldn't that be our mid-card? Isn't that more our mid-card? Shouldn't they really, work some stuff out? I don't feel like Jade has worked everything out. And I don't feel like Tiffany's worked everything out. I mean, it feels like her character needs fleshing out. And it seems like Jade, to me, her in-ring, there's not really much evidence she's going to be delivering 4-star-plus matches. So you sort of look at that and go, there feels like there's work to be done there. I think for me, in an ideal world, they would be competing around mid-card titles. And then your top end of the card would be your more experienced sort of Charlottes and Asukas and people like that. And then when they're ready to take that step up, and I think they thought that Tiffany was, then, you give them that run. So maybe they thought Tiffany was ready for that. I would say mixed bag at best. Mixed bag at best. I think it was okay until the Charlotte feud. That Charlotte match at WrestleMania was okay. Didn't quite hit the heights that we were hoping for. And a lot of the stuff afterwards was quite underwhelming. Jade is only suitable for 5-minute, quick type Goldberg matches. Yeah, I think that you're right. I mean, the Jade one's a good comparison because obviously she's now been given the ball. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how her run goes. I don't go into it with much optimism. I think that she is someone that also is very limited. I think they're trying at the moment just to build up her aura with very quick matches. I think that they know that she's limited, and so they're trying to find a different way of presenting her. And I don't know, maybe that'll work. I mean, maybe she could be a really good heel for a baby face to come in and try and, overcome the power, the size. Perhaps she could be a good foil for someone. But who? I mean, you look, there's just no baby faces, is there, in that women's division on SmackDown? Or, we've got B-Fab and Meechin, but as we said, I don't even think they're mid-card level. I mean, no offense to Meechin, but just the way she's being presented and the amount of losses and the lack of momentum and, it's not there, is it? And I'd say B-Fab's even lower than that, personally. I don't know. I mean, a lot of it is to do with creative. A lot of it's to do with opportunity. And, this feud with Jade's not going to help either. Because, they feel so out of their depth. And I don't think either of them are going to give Jade much of a match. I don't think Meechin's going to push Jade to her limit. I think she's probably more likely to get murked quite quickly. So, yeah, it's frustrating at the moment. This is why we need that refresh. It's why we need that. We need to get some more women up there probably from NXT. Be good to get Bianca back as well. That would be good. And there's nothing you can do about Naomi. I'm just pleased for her, but that is a shame. That is a loss. She was really getting somewhere with that new gimmick of hers. William said, some are saying that WWE is worse for giving women's matches so much time, and they would point to ratings and slumps. Well, I don't know. I think that there is a bit of an uncomfortable truth, which is that there are people out there, your Jim Cornettes, for example, right? And I'd imagine if Jim is thinking this, others are thinking this. I don't think this way. But I think there are people out there that for them, they want to watch the monsters going at each other. And I think that is... Dana White said he would never have women in the UFC. And then he saw Ronda Rousey and he brought women into the UFC. And I think that if you think about heavyweight boxing and how popular that is, I think there really is still something some sort of stigma, or there's still something that means that people just naturally are more interested in watching Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns, Oba Femi, big monsters. People have got that sort of Godzilla, King Kong sort of mentality. It's weird because I don't have that. I genuinely don't have that. We have this conversation quite a bit, and I always talk about Conor McGregor, and I always talk about Floyd Mayweather, and about how they're some of the biggest pay-per-view sellers of all time. I mean, I think the most sold pay-per-view of all time is Mayweather against Pacquiao. And, like, you know, the weight that both of them were, they're tiny. Tiny in comparison to, well, you know Mayweather. If you remember WrestleMania 24, Mayweather against Big Show. I mean, Mayweather came up to Big Show's waist. I mean, he was tiny in comparison to the wrestlers. But Mayweather against Pacquiao did, like, over 4 million pay-per-view buys. And to me, like, we're very short-sighted if we only focus on the big giants. But there is people out there that really only have an interest in that. And they don't, you know, they'll tolerate the other stuff. They'll watch the other stuff. They might even find some enjoyment from the other stuff. But there is a chunk of people out there that predominantly want to focus on Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan, Roman Reigns, John Cena, you know, the bigger guys. And I think that when it comes to the women, this is always going to be the problem, isn't it? The women are never going to be able to compete with that. Or at least you wouldn't expect them to be able to compete with that. Unless you're, like, you know, a Lash Legend or someone maybe. But I think, or a Chyna. Or a Rhea Ripley. But, you know, a lot of girls are like Alexa. Or they're Roxanne. Or they're, you know, on the smaller side. And I don't know. I mean, there is, I think, an uncomfortable truth that there is still something to that. I would like to think that it's changing. And I would like to think that as the years go by, that is, you know, not becoming as relevant. That's a, you know, a situation that we are kind of moving away from, a mindset we're moving away from. Because I don't agree with it. I think that if you are a skilled wrestler, then I'm interested in watching you. You know, Ilya Dragunov, Io Sky, Sami Zayn. It doesn't really matter. If you are skilled, I'm interested in watching you. I'm interested in seeing what you can do because it sounds like you're going to be entertaining. And surely that should be the most important thing. So, yeah, I do agree that women's wrestling, I think, is still facing, I don't know how much, but a degree of that. And that's evident with, you know, Jim Cornette's comments. And if you look in the comment section of some of those videos, you can quite easily find people that are in agreement. But for me, I've always loved women's wrestling. And I credit Alundra Blaze with that. Because when I got into wrestling, Alundra Blaze was one of the only women that was on the roster with Bull Nakano and Bertha Faye. And Sensational Sherry was around, and Luna Vachon was around. And there wasn't much of a women's division, but every once in a while you would get a women's match. And Alundra Blaze would work so hard. I mean, she was doing stuff that was so much better than the guys. Even in the mid-90s, she was doing stuff and putting on matches that were better than the vast majority of what I was seeing. And I just started to really enjoy her work. I mean, I didn't think along those lines as a kid. I wasn't like, wow, I really enjoy her work. But I just knew that when she was coming out, it was going to be exciting. That's kind of what it was. I knew that when she would be in the ring, it would be worth watching. And I knew that as a kid. Because she had to work so hard to get TV time. And so, as a result, like, I just always got excited and interested whenever it was like a women's wrestling match. Now, obviously, as time went by, the standard dropped. And, you know, the women were presented how they were presented during the Attitude Era. But by that point, I was older. I sort of knew what was happening and why it was happening. But Alundra Blaze was very, very influential to me when I was young. Very, very influential. Got a lot of respect for Alundra Blaze. I think she really does not get the credit that she deserves. I think that when we talk about the history of women's wrestling, it seems to go back as far as Trish. Maybe we can get Chyna in there, but it seems to be like Trish is the beginning of everything. And it's Trish and it's Lita, and they're so inspirational and all that kind of stuff. Mate, there was women before that. I mean, you can go back for a Alundra Blaze. You could go to Rockin' Robin. You could go back to Leilani Kai. You could go back to Wendy Richter. You know, I mean, you can go all the way back. Women's wrestling goes all the way back. I still haven't seen Queen of the Ring, which I really want to watch. Film about women's wrestling. Still want to watch that. I don't know. I was trying to look for it the other day, actually. I don't know if it's hit a streaming platform yet. Queen of the Ring. It says it's on. Oh, well, I might just buy it. Oh, it's coming to Prime in 6 days. I can buy it for $9.99, or I could rent it for $4.99, or I can just wait 6 days and it'll be on Prime. I am so watching that film. I really have been waiting for this. I've wanted to watch this film since it came out. It's all about the kind of 1930s, 1940s. I think it's June Byers, isn't it? Oh, Mildred Burke, sorry. The remarkable true story of Mildred Burke, who fought past every barrier to become wrestling's first female superstar, proving that the toughest battles happen inside and outside the ring. If you are interested in wrestling and the history of wrestling, I can't say that this is going to be 1000% factual, but Mildred Burke was a wrestler, and I'm sure that this is based on her story. And yeah, that is very much on my radar. So you can buy it now for $9.99 on Prime. You can rent it for $4.99, but apparently it's just going to come to Prime, which means that you can just watch it as part of your subscription in 6 days. Oh, well, that's a lovely Christmas treat. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Said a nice win tonight for Johnny Fisher. Very good. Miss Clown, hope you're doing well. Francisco, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. I can see that more and more people are jumping in as we're getting closer to the start of this event. We got about 40 minutes to go. Just looking at video packages. You know, it's Megan and Sam Roberts just at their headquarters previewing NXT Deadline. And not really missing much, to be honest. There was a nice little focus on Kendal Gray and Ren Sinclair just. But, yeah, not really much essential. Sean, shout out to you. Appreciate it, buds. Said I've sent 5 Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. Shout out to you, buds. Mayor Pete said, where did it say it was coming to Prime? Just said it above the rent and buy. Said coming to Prime in 6 days. Days the Ashes is dead to me, bruv. Yeah. Yeah, same. Same. It sucks. Sean Banks, thank you, my friend. Suzanne said, I only had one brother that used to tease me. Suzanne, I'm sorry you went through that. He liked to tell his friends, this is my brother, Susie. Suzanne, shout out to you. Jacob said, I love Tatum. Well, I believe Tatum loves you as well, Jacob. That's what I've heard. Francisco, thank you, buds. I met a trucker lady. CB handle was big 6. She's bigger than me. She's 6'5". She's 420 pounds. She's built like a brick shiz house. She's got her name from doing 6 men at once. William, thank you. Rage Warrior said, I remember me and my 4 brothers used to watch wrestling as kids. I would put my younger brother in a neck brace with a DDT. Don said, Kendal Gray is the future. Defo. I mean, 6 is a lot, isn't it? That is a lot. That is a lot. Dan said, Kendal Gray is a personal friend. She's so nice. Well, I mean, amazing that you know Kendal Gray. And yes, she's awesome. Her wrestling is, well, you can tell that she's got that background, that amateur background. A lot of it translates. But not only that, I think she's really... You can tell that she just gets professional wrestling. Like, I'm not shocked to find out that she's a fan and that she's someone that hasn't just stumbled into it. Because her promos, the way that she comes across, the energy that she brings, you know, I mean, really, it's all a show, isn't it? Everything you're doing is a performance. From the moment you walk out to the moment you go back to the back. And even when you're in the back these days, because there's behind the scenes cameras, everything is just a performance. Your entrance, your poses at the start, like keeping the crowd engaged, the straps coming down, you know, all that stuff mid-match, you know, the cleanness of your work and everything. You're just constantly like showing off what you can do, performing. And, you know, some people struggle with that because they're constantly trying to remember what they've been taught. And they're like, okay, and you can see they're like, I do this, now I do this. And they sort of forget about the performance side of it. They sort of forget about delivery, you know. But she doesn't. And she's so good with not only her work, but delivering that work. So very exciting. You can see why there's so much excitement around her. I've no doubt she's going to make it to the main roster. The fact that she's already in the Women's Iron Survivor is stunning, isn't it? Stunning. And it's not only because she's the Evolve Women's Champion, because Jackson Drake would be in the men's if that was true. But he isn't. Even though you could argue that there is room to put him in there, right? You could definitely have put him in instead of, say, a Leon Slater, or put him in instead of a Dion Lennox. But no, I think she's very much there on merit. I think they are very excited about her, and you can totally understand why. David, shout out to you. Sean said, are you going to stream TNA on Thursday? No plans at the moment. Keegan says, when I start my basketball tournament, I'm going to have loaded the Hardy Boy theme as my entrance. Very cool. Daryl said, in AJ's last year, I want him to have a match with Brock Lesnar. They had an epic match in 2017. Daze, Oba, Ricky kicks off Deadline, says Kader. Let's go. Let's go. I think that, to me, just gives more of a kind of chance to Ricky. I don't know that you kick off a show and change the championship over, you know? Oh, it's a big open. Starting with the NXT championship, kicking off the show, it's a big open. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really convinced that we're going to be getting a new champ tonight. Could be wrong. Have you seen Blake said she's going to appear tonight, said Elijah. Okay, good. Let's see how she features. She's not on the card, so be interesting to see how she makes her presence felt. Long Beach Hippie said, I wish that Brandy Rhodes would just wrestle for WWE for a while. I wonder if she's interested or never been asked. I think probably never been asked. I think they'd be interested in doing a one-off match. I mean, you could definitely do Cody and Brandy in a mixed tag match against Seth and Becky. I mean, that would be a no-brainer. So I think WWE would be interested in that regard, but I don't think they're interested in her having a run. They've got so much talent coming through, and really good talent as well. I mean, if you look at like Julia, Stephanie, Sol Ruca, you know, I mean, it's stacked. It is absolutely stacked. So, you know, I don't know that Brandy is someone that we need, but as a one-off mixed tag match with Cody, yeah, I reckon WWE would be interested in that. They'd be down for that. I think Jay Uso, Fatu, Dominic had the best 2025, while Bailey, Randy, and Drew had the worst, says Hannah. Hannah, thank you. It's no big deal, says Suzanne. My brother passed in 04. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but... Dan said, I'm not sure. I don't think she is single. I can't really talk about her personal life. She's professional and a good person. Oh, yeah, we wouldn't want to really delve into people's... wouldn't want to delve into people's personal lives. Okay. I think Soul is the future, says Billy. of the women's roster. She is everything that WWE is looking for. She's beautiful, she's athletic, she's tall, she's blonde, and she's got charisma, says Billy. William said, I'm daring Blake Monroe. My wife isn't exactly thrilled about... Oh, you're dating Blake Monroe, is that? I blame Daze and Tommy, says William. Could Iron Survivor work as a main roster match? It could. There's a couple of things about it I'm not so keen about that I would tweak. I think I would just start the match with everyone in the ring rather than bringing them down. I don't understand that aspect. I think that's the one tweak I would make. I sort of feel like if you start the match off, then obviously you've got more time to get pinfalls, which you would think is an advantage. But then equally, you could make the argument there's more time for you to also lose and go in the penalty box. But I just don't really see the need for having like a Rumble style, we bring people down, every few minutes. I just think, why not get everyone in the ring and just start off from there? So, yeah, I think that for me, it feels a little bit like a match that's a bit overbooked. A match that's got a bit too many elements to it. I would just start with everyone in the ring. But, I mean, we've seen enough of them now to kind of get the gauge of them, and they're pretty fun. Some people would have said that they would get rid of the sin bin kind of aspect. I don't know. It's something a bit different, that. I don't mind that aspect because we don't do it for any other match. So the sin bin aspect is okay. I don't know. I just feel like there could be like a couple of tweaks. But it's basically like an Iron Man match. Get as many pinfalls or submissions as you can within this time. Person with the most wins. But then they added a bit of a Rumble element to it, and they added a sin bin element to it. So, but people like it. I mean, we've had it for a good few years now, and people are always very positive about it. So, but I don't love it like I love the Rumble or something like that, of course. I am surprised they don't like do a surprise element. If you're going to have I think the thing about the Royal Rumble is people love that because you never know who's coming out next. You never know everyone that's in it. I sort of feel like, why bother doing a Royal Rumble element for this match if you've already announced everyone that's in it? Because all we're waiting for is the flipping order that they're going to enter the match in. And who cares? I don't care. So, yeah, it could work on the main roster. If it did go up, those would still be my criticisms, if you will. But, yeah, I can't see a reason why you couldn't do it on the main roster. I don't think it'd be a massive show, though. I don't think it would replace Elimination Chamber. I don't know that it's good enough to do that. But it could certainly be something that we do at a, like, Saturday night's main event, or we do at a, like, B show or something. But I think, I don't know that there's any interest. I've never heard any word of it going up. Did you hear what David Otunga said about John on his YouTube channel? Apparently he was berating him backstage and bullying him. He would abuse his power and position in the company. Well, he's the only person I've ever heard say that, to be honest. Everyone else has been like, how amazing John is and what a professional John is. And, if that was David's experience, then that's obviously a real shame. But I don't know, man. That to me is the exception. Everyone else that I've ever heard has been nothing but praise for John and the professionalism that he's always conducted himself with. Plus, the other thing is you never quite know what people have done to warrant such a response, I mean, I certainly wouldn't listen to David Otunga and think that is, a reflection of who John Cena is to everybody, because that is actually the exception. Everyone else says John's just a lovely person. So, I mean, I'm sure you've had run-ins with people that, you've not got along with and maybe had some heated exchanges with, or, your relationship with them has not been the best. Imagine if they interviewed everyone that you went to school with and asked everyone that you went to school with about what you was like as a person. Be interesting to know what everyone would say in response. I'm sure there'd be a lot of praise, but I wouldn't be shocked if there was the odd person that said they didn't care for you or found you to be a little bit off or something, you know. I think if you think of the amount of people John Cena has worked with, I mean, I'm not trying to stand up for John, but that is very much the exception. You know, the image that's painted of John by so many people is someone that's genuinely there to help and give advice, and you know, there's a lot of affection for John. So I would say I don't disbelieve David Otunga if he's saying that he's had, like, you know, a bit of a bad experience with John. But I would just say I don't think that's a reflection of everyone. Keegan said, the Hardy Boys remind me of my younger brother. They're daredevils. And so are we. Especially when we get together. I'm a bit more like Jeff and my brother is like Matt, says Keegan. Cadet said people are only saying positive things about Cena because he's about to retire. I don't think that's true. I feel like this isn't just that I'm hearing it now. It's always been like, you know, interviews with Chris Van Vliet, interviews with, you know, people when they've kind of left WWE and they've ever been asked about John over the years. It's always been like really positive. I mean, the one criticism I've heard about John is about that Nexus storyline in 2010. And to be honest, that is the storyline David Otunga was part of. So, you know, this is why I'm saying I don't disbelieve David Otunga, because I think that if that was his experience, then I believe him. I don't see any reason why he would lie. But I don't think it's fair to sort of paint a picture that is what John is like, you know? I don't think it's fair to say that because David Otunga had that experience with John, that's what everyone's experience was like, because that is just not what you hear in interviews, not this year, over the years, about what John is like as a person. So I think it's a shame that David's had that experience, but yeah, if ever there has been a criticism against John, it's been that 2010 Nexus story where, you know, I think John didn't feel it was right to go with the Nexus at that time and did have some influence. And as a result, I think that kind of really hurt that group. And I think even John has said that's one that he got wrong. So if there is any criticism, I think it's definitely around that. I'm going to tell Kendal to join the streams. I don't want people to be nervous and say something inappropriate to her. I would be bad. I'd feel bad, says Dan. Don't bother telling her to join the streams, buds. I kind of like not having wrestlers around, if I'm being honest, because I sort of feel like, you know, people want to speak freely about their opinions. And like, if wrestlers were around, I don't know that is what people would feel comfortable doing. Like you said, I don't know. That's not something I ever look for. I know it probably would be beneficial for the channel to have wrestlers around and to encourage wrestlers joining us, but I don't think that would actually make a better stream. I think that actually people would, you know, act differently. I think it's good that, like, to our knowledge, there's no wrestlers around, although I have a feeling some do jump in from time to time. I think that it allows us just to be open and honest, and just to, you know, it gives us a platform just to speak our minds freely. I mean, the great thing is everything I say is stuff I genuinely believe. I don't have, you know, I mean, I'm not paid by WWE. I don't know anyone in WWE. I have no reason to try and protect anyone's feelings. We can literally just sit and talk about wrestling and be honest about it. And I kind of don't really want that to change. I think if we started having wrestlers jumping in, then we might see that change. We had Alicia Fox. We don't need anyone else. Oh, yeah. Billy said, I thought years ago certain guys that came up with Cena had heat with him. Guys like Samoa Joe, Frankie Kazarian, Christopher Daniels. Don't know. I mean, that's all TNA talent, isn't it? Daze, that's not true. You got the inside source with WWE Shop, where you got your scoop. Well, that's true. I do have a source that works for WWE Shops Okay, that's just it. I wondered what that was, but it's a clip from the show. That works for WWE Shop's social media, so that's true, Mayor Pete. Some haters out there are saying that it's actually just AI, but we all know it's a real person. We have got Bones. Dudley said T-Jet. That's true. That's the only wrestler we need. Mr. Full D said, Daze, hope you're doing well and enjoy Deadline. I'm watching UFC, but we'll be watching the stream as well. Mr. Full D, shout out to you. Don't forget to drop a like. Hello, Trini. Hope you're doing well. I think we're up to date with a lot of the comments. Doing goods. Okay. Sean, shout out to you. We're up to date with that. Right. How long we got? 22 minutes. 22 minutes. And then we will be underway with NXT Deadline. Matt Pete said maybe we can have Cameron bring in some ARW pro wrestlers into the chat. Yes. Let's go. I am definitely down for that. James said, I personally know Oba Femi. Damn, James. Well, again, please, let's not bring them into the chat. Because if they jump in, then, you know, people might start, you know, pandering and whatnot. But that's crazy, James. I've heard you like to catch up with him on a Thursday and you drink umbongo together whilst having fish and chips. Amazing. Just a little glimpse into James's life there, hanging out with Oba Femi. Corey said, I don't see it as an option yet. I've got my VPN on. Oh, I've not checked Netflix yet. It should be there, though, soon. I mean, I hope it's there now. Yeah, I've still got the YouTube open at the moment. Do you know, there's only... Is that even right? Is that right? Let me refresh that. I can't be right. Blimey, now there's only 6,000 people watching this countdown to Deadline. 6,000 watching live the countdown. Blimey, now. That's not many people at all, is it? All things considered, if you think that WWE have got 111 million subscribers, and you think how big WWE is, and you think this is the last PLE of the year, and there's just over 6,000 people watching, yeah, I don't know, man. It does feel like this is lacking a bit of hype. It does feel like this is lacking a bit of buzz. It's got to be that next weekend is just taking all the air out of the room. It's dropped. It's gone down to 5,800 now. Damn. For international viewers that watch on Netflix, does it not show up until right before? I don't know. I can have a look. I don't have the Netflix open at the moment, but I can have a look. Is it there right now? I think you have to go to NXT. NXT. And then click on that and go down and it's there. It says happening now. Yeah, it's there. And there's a countdown that says 18 minutes. So it is there. You just go NXT. It's in that. Right, Daze, don't forget, it's also airing on Peacock, says Alex Bliss Gamer. Yes, in the US. Gonna put my hands up, play my song, butterfly fly away. Yeah! It's on Peacock in the USA. Right, we're just seeing Jordynne Grace. We're seeing Myles borne signing the Deadline poster. That'd be a good one to get, actually, because there's loads of talent on this. What they do with those posters is they get everyone on the card to sign them. So, I mean, you'd be getting a lot of signatures on this one because there's 5 in both of those Iron Survivor matches, and you're getting Ricky and Oba and Tatum and Izzi and Mr. Iguana and Ethan. It's quite a good one. Good signposter to get this one. There's only about 2,000 in the arena tonight, which isn't too bad, but it's not as much as they've had before, said future champs. Maybe most of the people are watching the college football. There's some championship games on, says Chris Wright. And also UFC, big UFC show tonight. So perhaps there is just some really stiff competition. It's flipping dropped again. Mate, it was at 6,000. It went down to 5.8. It's at 5.2. It's at 4.9. What's happening? What's going on? We're watching NXT die in front of our eyes. Oh my, it's down to 4.8. What's happening? People leaving to go to Peacock or something. There's still 17 minutes. Oh my God. 4,800. It's dropping. It's dropping like a stone. White said, Daze, I really hope WWE doesn't mess up Oba. He has it all. He's got the look, he's got the wrestling, he's got the talk, he's got the aura. He can be big. I hope he doesn't get called up and do nothing, says, well, yeah. We all hope that when they call people up, they don't faff around with them. Mayor Pete said, I got a good sign one from NXT Battleground. That was the one that was at the UFC arena a few years ago. I do love those posters. That's cool. That's very, very cool. Wrestling said, if we got a lot of call-ups to the main roster, maybe we would get some new NXT sign-ins. Maybe we could get the young upstart Chris Jericho to join. Yes. Well, you know me. I'm not a big fan of people coming straight into WWE and going straight to the main roster. So someone like AEW's Chris Jericho, I probably would give him a run in NXT first. Just so that he can get used to WWE, used to the expectations. It'd be a nice little bump for NXT, and then he can go to the main roster. So, yes, any young upstarts like AEW's Chris Jericho, I think it's a good shout, that is, buds. It's a good shout. Trini said, as someone who has to change devices and log into different subscriptions for every part of a WWE show, I can confirm it can take 20 minutes. Maybe that's why people are leaving. Well, actually, Trini, joke's on you, because it's gone back up to 5.3 now. Yeah. So, explain that. Oh, 5.4. Oh, we're coming back. We're rising like a phoenix out of the flames. We're on the rise again. Before you know it, it'll be 20,000 people watching. We dropped down to 4,800, and now we're back, baby. We're back. We're eating at the top table. 5,418 watching now. We've just gained 600 people like that. 600 people. Straight back in. I gotta say, it's very addictive watching that number. 5-5 now. 5-5-2-3. Let's go. Let's go. We're moving on up now. Yeah. It's pretty rubbish, to be honest. It's pretty rubbish. So, 14 minutes to go, and yeah, we'll see kind of we'll see how many people are going to be around. At the moment, we've got about 443. I don't really know how that compares to normal, to be honest. It just feels a bit flat, feels a bit down at the moment. But I'm sure the show will be good. Okay, Big Time said, Daze, I think the video performances for WWE clips are pretty low for Raw and SmackDown. They're around 300 to 750. What used to fuel the sub growth was the clips that were being posted from about 4 years ago. Okay. Well, I mean, I think that it's probably not unfair to say that the product's a bit cool at the moment. You know, things have certainly died down. So I think that, there could be some truth in that. I mean, if we're going to sit and complain about the creative and complain about the show quality and talk about how there's not really much going on, or there's a lot of episodes where not like much has happened, I've got to think that's going to show in YouTube views and clips and, stuff like that. It certainly shows in the ratings, doesn't it? So it probably is that. I mean, it probably is that the quality of the show has not been right. So hopefully, of course, if 2026 is going to be better, then we'll start to see some improvement on those numbers. But, yeah. I don't know. It's funny because I think some of this is just harder than we think it is. I can only imagine that because there can't be anyone in WWE creative that want to be putting on a product that's not getting ratings or not getting video views or getting really low scores on Cage Match. I mean, there is no way that you could work in WWE creative and not know that Survivor Series was badly received. There's just no way. I mean, if you look on X or any of the social medias, the show was being blasted, right? If you went to Cage Match, I think the score was like 4 out of 10. And I know Cage Match isn't, doesn't get loads of feedbacks. But if you was working in creative and you just wanted a quick snapshot, just a real quick, idea as to how a show's been received, you could just go to Cage Match and just have a look. There'll be a couple of hundred people that have left their thoughts, and it'll just give you a real quick glimpse as to, was it an 8 out of 10? Was it a 7.5? Was it a 6? If you clicked on that and it said 4, I mean, that's going to give you a real quick understanding, in it, that that show has not been, that's not killed it. I mean, I don't think 200 odd people on Cage Match are going to score it a 4, and then you're going to go online and everyone else is saying it was an 8. I mean, probably suggests that everyone else is not going to be too high on their scores either. So you sort of look at that and go, well, how can that be happening? And then how can you not be turning it around? And you just come back to the fact of they either don't have the ability to turn it around. They are not skilled enough to turn it around. They don't have the skills. They're just not good enough as a creative team, right? Or they are just getting through to the end of the year or something. Perhaps a lot of stuff is just waiting for a big reset, and we're just kind of, let's just get through kind of a thing. Don't know. It's really interesting because, I mean, if I was Triple H, I'd be pulling my hair out and I'd be moving mountains to turn this thing around. But you just don't feel that. I don't know about you. I don't feel that urgency. I don't feel that urgency. I don't feel that desperation. I don't feel that panic, I mean, I suppose it's good to present yourself as, calm, everything's under control, everything's great. That's how you've got to present yourself. I suppose there's not much you can do about that. You certainly don't want to come out and go, look, I know things aren't very good at the moment. That's not a great message to send. But even watching the show, you don't really feel a great sense of panic. Although it was a good open on SmackDown. That was kind of good. Cody backstage, jumping Drew. That was kind of nice. Going to the ring, cutting a pretty fiery promo. Going into that opening challenge match, which was good. Middle of the show, lulls. And then, of course, we had John Cena's final opponent figured out in the main event, which is good. Yeah, I'm not down on that. I know people aren't crazy about it being Gunther, but, not bad as a main event. And the match was good. You lot still scored it, gave it a great rating, even though many of you were not keen on Gunther being that person. So I thought SmackDown was okay. It still had a lull in the middle. But, I don't know. Just fingers crossed for 2026. John said, I can't imagine TKO cares if Cage Match liked the show. They just care if people buy the tickets and the money rolls in. Well, TKO, yes, but creative, I would think not. I mean, TKO just care about selling tickets and money coming in. But WWE Creative, their job is to make the show engaging. So they're the metric they're measured by is, how are the TV ratings doing? How are the video views doing? How is the show being received? It's a lot more important to the creative team that those numbers are good, because that is basically a reflection of how you're doing your job. I mean, TKO are not going to worry so much about that. They're certainly not going to care or even know about why did you have this person beat this person and stuff like that. They're not going to care. They're not going to know. They're just going to look, as you said, rightfully at the numbers. But to be honest, I mean, I don't even know what the numbers are going to be saying at the moment, because do you remember when WWE were bragging about selling out shows and record gates, and, you know, every week there was a different record that was being broken? It's been a long time since we've been bragging about anything like that. Sort of get the feeling that those records are no longer being broken, and we're probably in a very different situation now, where we're seeing a decline, and we're seeing a decline in a lot of those gates. I mean, if they could get like a record attendance and a record gate, you know, they would shout from it from the rooftops, you know. So I think that 2025 has probably seen a decrease in those aspects as well. But for creative, if you want to know how the product is being received and if you're doing your job, then a cage match would just be a glimpse. Again, I don't want to blow it out of proportion. It's only a couple of hundred people that are on there, but it would give you an idea as to how your work was being received. And, you know, spoiler, 2025, it's not being received very well. You can actually go back through a lot of the PLEs this year, and they've been scored pretty low. I think the best PLE this year, pretty unanimously, was Evolution. The all-women's one that was just a bonus. One that's not even really a planned show. The last time we had one was 2018, and they just dropped one in this year, and I think it ended up being the best show. It's mental, isn't it? It's probably had the least amount of work given to it. Yeah, it was the best received. Mental. Okay, how long we got? 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Rage Warrior said, we've got WrestleMania season coming up, and things in WWE will start picking back up. Let's go. Let's go. Daze, did you see the video of Santino making a TNA NXT steel cage match? Or the video where Stax knocks him out at Final Resolution? I didn't see a video of Stax knocking him out. I saw the video where a cage match has been announced. I believe that's a cage match that's happening on TNA. So it seems like there is still an NXT TNA type angle that's playing out. That angle isn't really playing out on NXT, though. It's more a TNA story, that one, by the looks of it. But yeah, they're doing it. Okay, I don't know when that cage match is, but that cage match is going to be over on TNA. At this point, I am finding the Cody Drew feud just to be a bit of a copy of the Cody KO feud from last year. It just feels like a repeat, says Uncle Rebel. Jennifer said WrestleMania got panned, and Mania is the biggest show of the year. Do you know, it's a really good shout, actually, that, Jennifer, because, again, you would think that would be the wake-up call. You would think that WrestleMania getting panned would be the moment that people in creative would be like, right, we're on the wrong path here, or we're doing the wrong thing. But did we see a reaction to that? Did we see any sort of urgency or change of direction? I mean, we didn't even move away from John being heel. We stuck with that all the way until the eve, like really the day before SummerSlam. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, perhaps they don't want to be too reactionary. Perhaps they don't want to be too panicky. Perhaps they want to be a bit more level-headed. But, I don't know, it's really frustrating. It feels like supporting a football team that's getting, like, bad results. And you're just desperate for the team to turn it round, you know? You're sort of desperate for your team to work it out. You're sort of desperate for your team to click. You're sort of desperate for your team to, you know, grind out a result. And, you know, week after week, you just find that the team keep losing and you're not really seeing much improvement. And I feel like that's been it's kind of felt a lot like 2025 WWE, where you watch a lot of the shows and they're okay. It's not like your team's getting battered. Let's put it that way, right? It's not like we're watching the shows and they are absolute dumpster fires. It's not that bad. I will push back against that. A lot of my scores this year have been like 6. So it's not that, your team's getting battered 5-0. It's just your team's losing 1-0, 2-0 every week. That's how it feels. It feels like 1-0, 2-0, and it's like, they've got to figure this out, man. They've got to turn this round, surely, but it just never seems to happen. And you're right, Jennifer, like WrestleMania getting such a bad result. I mean, that's one where we might have got battered. And so you look at that one and you're like, surely this is going to be a wake-up call. I don't think I could make an argument that it was. I don't think that there was any reaction to that whatsoever. I feel like we did get battered 5-0 there, and I don't think there was any response to it. So if we want to talk about concerns going into next year, things we're worried about, it would be that. It would be, can we, with this creative team, get better results? Or is it a sign of madness? Because they say if you do the same things expecting different results, that's a sign of madness. So is it a sign of madness that we're hoping that next year's going to be better, but still with this same creative team? Or is that the problem? Is that the exact issue? That, honestly, I'm sorry, the creative team are just not good enough. The setup is just not right. It is not good enough. It is not acceptable. And Triple H needs to do something about it. He needs to grow some balls, and he needs to flipping sort this out. Because maybe it's that. And I tell you, honestly, if we're going to have like the same kind of 2026 we've had in 2025, I am not looking forward to reading your comments. And many of you are not going to be looking forward to coming onto these streams, right? Blimey now. We don't need another year like we've had this year. I feel like we got dragged into a pit of depression and we just constantly have tried to battle to get out of it. I am very much hoping with every fiber in my body we see improvement next year. But I'm optimistic. I think if we do get some good call-ups and, we don't have the John Cena retirement to focus on and we're forced into being creative rather than just rely on John Cena's retirement tour, then I'm optimistic. I'm hopeful that we can get some improvement. Okay, NXT about to start. Let's go. Brony said, watching Unreal was shocking. When I saw that creative room and just the lack of effort, that they were showing, they just sat there looking bored, just spewing random nonsense. Do you know, I think it's a really good observation because I felt the same. It was interesting seeing that room, but I agree with you. It's really lifeless. I mean, you'd like the creative room to just be popping off. Yeah, we could do this, we could do that. Energy and, do you know what I mean? But you're right. It was a load of people sat around a table just like, what about, It's like, in Google, I'm pretty sure they're sliding down poles and, do you know what I mean? Like sitting in chairs that wobble around and they're like, trying to find ways of sparking inspiration. In WWE, they're all sat around a long table with Triple H at the end, whiteboards with scribble on, and they're all like, Okay. So, yeah, Brony, I agree. Okay, but we don't need to worry about that. We need to focus on what I'm calling the last PLE of 2025. This is where we say goodbye to the PLEs. And next weekend doesn't count. It's a TV special. We're looking at a clock. New beginnings. Okay, so this looks to be a video package. All to do with new beginnings. Tatum, Paxley, Ricky Saints. Okay, so we're just looking at Tatum and Izzi. We cannot fight time, guys. Breaking news. I'm going to make you feel all of my pain. Oh, that was such a good line, wasn't it? Do you remember that? The ruler is here. Daddy is home. 25 minutes, these Iron Survivor matches. Oh, Booker's back. He wasn't around, was he, the other day? I'm curious about the NXT creative room. Some weeks NXT has been the best show, said Jennifer. Yeah, they do seem to do a better job. I do wonder, though, if it's so beneficial having the wrestlers around training and being just naturally around. Like, I feel like they get to work with the talent more than they do on the main roster. That's the downside of traveling around, isn't it? You're spending so much time traveling on the main roster, and you don't have to do that with NXT. They can go back to their own houses and then go to the PC and just train on the other days and get ready for NXT. And now, WWE Deadline. There's Sol Ruca. Women's Iron Survivor Challenge. We know that Bayley is interested in watching. I don't know if that means Bayley's there or maybe Bayley's watching on Netflix. There's Lola. She's got a smile on her face. She's probably just had a message from Damian Priest as she checks her phone. Are we going to see Tony D'Angelo tonight? Are there any 2.0 wrestlers that are still around that need to go? I think Chase, said Defcon. Well, 2.0 wrestlers would be Trick, Andre Chase, Tony D'Angelo, JC Jane, I think would class as a 2.0 wrestler. Maybe a Wendy Chu. Trying to think who else was around. Maybe a Fallon. Not sure when Fallon made her debut. There's a few that are around. Okay, here's Oba. Defcon, hope you're well. Okay, here's Oba. There's Ricky. We're kicking off for the first time ever with an NXT championship being defended. We welcome you to Deadline, says Vic Joseph. Here we go. Here's the ruler. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Ooh, bum, bum. Oba. Here comes Oba. And the aura is real. No bread. No water. Just meat. It is Booker on commentary. Lovely to have him back. I agree. I hope they don't ruin him when he gets to the main roster, because you look at the presentation here and you look at the aura. Looks like flipping Kofi Kingston's jacked brother. Even with the way he's got his like facial hair. Imagine that. Imagine if the New Day gained a new member. Biggery. Here's Ricky. Ricky making his way down to the ring. That person's got a Ricky Saints sign. He's got it all to do here. Ricky Saints. He's done it once before. He's got to try and do it all over again. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go. William said we had Lash that came up. Kendal might even pass NXT and go to the main with her heats. In the main roster, they'll probably put him with the MFTs, says Johnny. I mean, I tell you, even if you bring up Oba, it will make the main roster just a tiny percentage better because, you know, he will be hopefully featured on a regular basis. And if you can give us those entrances and that aura and put him in some interesting stories, I mean, that's a segment that I'll be interested in watching. Don't really think about it that way, but like on Raw and SmackDown, there's X amount of segments a week, you know? In between the ad breaks of the segments. So, you know, you've got, I don't know how many on Raw, how many on SmackDown, but you've got X amount of segments. And it's about, can you deliver, you know, in those segments? Let's say there's 20 segments a week. Have you got enough quality for 20 segments a week? You know, you have Oba doing one. You've got the World Heavyweight Championship in one. You've got the WWE Championship in one. You've got tag titles in one, women's tag titles in one. Like you can fill it up across the week. And have you got enough interest in storytelling and characters to fill those 20 segments? He's got it upside down. Oh my God, the referee. Well, doesn't that sum up 2025? Upside down. Oh my God. I feel sick. I feel sick. What? That is so disrespectful to the NXT Championship. I mean, it basically became the TXN Championship because it was upside down. And I don't even know what promotion that is. TXN. 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 Right now, we got Ricky in there then with Oba, and we are underway. It's a ref botch, says Jennifer. This is basically botch line, said Johnny. Yeah. This is botch line. This is Oba botch against Ricky botch. Botch line. Basically, this is dead botch. This is dead botch. That's... Oh my God, this is this. I don't want to spend Saturday night this way. That better not set the tone for this show. Ricky getting Oba down. Oba Femi is getting slightly out-muscled here, which is a bit of a surprise. He's trying to pick up Ricky there. He gets Ricky up. That's better. That's better. He gets Ricky up. With ease, he's just holding him there. Backbreaker. Nice. King Yeti said, fire the ref. I think fire all the refs. Big kick coming in by Oba. Ooh, sign in the crowd. Do you know what? I feel like that sign, and I could be wrong, but the shape of it, little kind of thing like that, reminds me a lot of the signs we were seeing last night on SmackDown. There was someone that said like HBK is mid, but the sign was like this sort of weird size. There was a sign there that says Ricky ain't it. This is a very negative person that I wouldn't be shocked if they were part of our community. It's a very negative person there that's got a Ricky ain't it sign. And it seemed like the same shape as the HBK is mid from last night's. Are we in the same area? Where was we for SmackDown and where are we now? Does anyone know where we are ever? I don't know where I am. Oba. Joe said, Butcher T is announcing. You're right. Butcher T. Oh, my God. Vic Botchiff. Butcher T. Dead Botch. Botchline. Butcher Femi. Botchy Saints. Botchy Saints. Botchy Saints. Botchy Saints. Botchy Saints. Na 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 na. He's walking on the ropes. Look at him. He's like the Undertaker, but better. Yeah. Boom. That's it. Right now, we've got Oba reversing Ricky over the other side. Sliding underneath the legs there of Oba. Trying to get Oba down. Kick coming into the back. Oba feeling that. Oh, I really like that bum, Ricky. That was quite clever, actually. Oba went down, and then Ricky was like, took his arm away. Ooh. That was kind of nice. Ricky going over, grabbing Oba. I feel like Oba's maybe giving Ricky a little bit too much here. Oh, went for a bit of a drop kick. No joy. Oba grabbing Ricky. Trying to pick him up. Trying to slam him down. Big boot there by Ricky. Ricky is seated. Missile drop kick there by Ricky. To no joy. No joy. Right. This match carry on. It's okay at the moment. Okay, crowd are applauding away. Crowd are invested. Crossbody gets caught. Put Blake on. Who is this person? What does it say? Put Blake on what? That better not be another negative sign. Put Blake on main. Oh, that's a positive sign, actually. That person wants Blake on the main roster. Why are they so shy with their signs, though? Have you noticed that they just go and then take it back down again? Only stays up for a few seconds. And then it goes back down again. Okay, Oba in control. Daze, did you see Tony D returning or any other surprises? Well, I feel like they have massively teased some up for tonight, and it does feel like it's Tony. So, yeah, I am leaning that, James. Tony. I would imagine quite a few of you are. Other surprises, I'm not sure. I saw a lot of people talking about the Righteous, but they popped up in TNA last night. So, unfortunately, I don't think that means that we're getting the Righteous, and I'm not sure who else is available. Oba looking at, he hurls Ricky and is like, Ricky down. Hoping at the Royal Rumble we get an Oba Lesnar stare down, maybe even Gunther in there at the same time, says Daryl. David said they could put the world title on Oba tomorrow, and I would just believe it. He is someone that you could see get into that world title quite quickly, like Brock did. Equally, I don't mind him having a run with the IC belt. Like they did with Gunther, give him like a good, credible run, but you don't always have to go that way. I think for Oba as well, where, I mean, technically is like a heel at the moment. Oof, clothesline to the back of the heads. Push-ups there by Oba. I think he's a heel. I don't know. People love him. It doesn't really berate the crowd, does he? He's just sort of out for himself, really. Knee coming into the back. I think that is the same guy from last night, said Spawny Boy. They are the same shape, aren't they? I think it's the same. It's the same as the HBK is mid sign that I saw. Oba in control, working on the arm here of Ricky. Okay, down he goes. Oba in control. We're 20 minutes into this show right now as Oba comes over. Okay. Let's go Oba and Ricky dueling chance. Don't feel like this match has got out of first gear yet. Going for a cover. Kick out there by Ricky. Jordynne said, I think Booker is on Red Bull or something. He's all hyped up. He's on one tonight. Talking of Red Bull or something like that, actually, we've just heard from Becky. Fighting referee corruption can be tiring. Luckily, Dayglow Coffee gives me the fuel that I need. Visit Dayglow Coffee if you want to taste the excellence. All that's missing is a thumbs up. That's what she should have done. I tried Dayglow Coffee. I mean, we're not sponsored by them, but sounds interesting. It's funny, you just mentioned like an energy drink just as that popped up in my feed. Oh! Oba goes over. Ricky in the corner. Oh, big spear by Ricky. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. That was quite nice. Off the ropes. I hope Booker or Vic will be in commentary during Saturday night's main event. I don't want Stephanie and Joe trying to figure out what NXT talent it is, says Johnny. I think it'll be Michael Cole, won't it? I think Stephanie and Joe will be hosting, but I don't know that they'll be commentating. I think it'll be Michael and Corey, maybe Wade, maybe someone, I don't know. Oh, I think Pat's coming back soon, though. Nick Khan said that Pat's probably... they're looking to bring him back as soon as college football is done. That was a little bit off, wasn't it? Ricky trying to get... Oh, that wasn't, though. Ricky was trying to go over against the ropes. Just got caught a little. Came off, though, but a lovely stunner. Look at that. Stunner. Beautiful. Oba went against the ropes, came back in the middle, and Ricky was just like, bang. Guillotine is in. Gotta respect the struggle, said William. Booker's always hyped. Oba chance. Vic Joseph confirms that the men's Iron Survivor will main event NXT Deadline. That's breaking news. People in the front row have got Santa hats on. This match clicking into different gears now. Guillotine keeping Oba down. Yep. It's being kept grounded at the moment. I want Javon to win the men's challenge, or Sol or Lola for the women, says James. Triple threat match for Saturday night's main event, says Cam. There hasn't been one announced yet, has there? On that top rope goes Ricky. Oba goes down. This is killing Oba's aura, said TJF. Millennial said, I think Booker forces his fueled app gimmick too much. It's not all about yourself. For the love of God, Book, says Millennial. Telford, Secret Channel, shout out to you, buds. Over against the ropes. Oh, suicide dive. Ricky almost getting caught in the ropes a little. But he got it. Oba down on the outside after that suicide dive. We're up to 4. 5. Oba still down. Referee getting back up to his feet. 9. And the big man makes it. Only just. 1, 2. Ricky catching Oba as he comes in. But Oba surviving. Ricky. He's going full on Macaulay Culkin. Hands on the face. He can't believe it. He thought that was it. Well, that's a good line by Booker. It's those kind of things that I really respect about Booker is he does the hype stuff and maybe that can be a bit OTT at times, but he'll come back in with some wonderful line. He just said there, time off can be your biggest enemy. The time that Oba has had away, it's not long, but it's enough for this to be a factor in the match. Lovely shot to the back there. And that line just explains why Oba might just be looking a little out of sorts compared to normal. Inactivity. It's the kind of line that you go, yeah, fair play. Yeah, that does maybe explain why Oba's just not as dominant as what he was when he was in that run. Oh, he tries to plant Ricky, no joy. Ricky rolling up Oba. 1, 2. Kick out by Oba. I can't wait to hear Steph do commentary. She's been in the business so long. I don't think she's on commentary. She's going to be hosting, presenting, at that podium, just like Jesse Ventura and Joe do. But I think we're probably getting Michael Cole, unless I've missed a communication that says she's going to be commentating. But at the moment, I'm thinking she's going to be over at the podium chatting. Ricky going over. That was scary, said Nia. Oba with the Oba E with the big ending, said Alex. Wasn't enough to put Ricky away. Into the corner goes Oba, shoulder first. Ricky going to the outside. Oba on the outsides. Oh, big chop by Oba. Okay, 63% of you think that Ricky is going to get the victory in this match. 37% have gone with Oba as Oba goes into those ring steps. Ricky going over, grabbing Oba, looking for a DDT. He got it, but it was quite slow, wasn't it? I feel like the way that he went round was quite slow. Whoa, boo. Here we go. Oh. He gets him back in. And he's got him up to it. Bang! Big DDT. That's great. That was better. 2. Kick out by Oba. Ricky versus Cody coming soon, said say no to technology. Jennifer said, I think this match is still in first gear. Blow me now. I think that bit on the outside might have been in reverse. It was that slow. Crowd are invested, though. They are standing for this. Right now, Oba up on the shoulders. Looking for a power bomb there by Oba. Going for the cover. 2. Should that have been a 3? Was that a... Why? I don't know. I don't know what that lady is doing. That lady was like... I don't even know what that means. Was that a swipe? Yeah, Booker's like, I think that was a 3 count. Flipping hate these. They leave them too close. Sit down, powerbomb. 2, 3. Whoa! Oba wins! No way! Oh my God! I am stunned. It's going to be Cody versus Oba next weekend. Well, what are we going to do with Oba and Cody? I mean, I don't want Oba losing to Cody. I mean, there's no shame in losing to Cody, but... Mate, that's a short run for Ricky. What does Oba need the NXT Championship for? It doesn't make sense, but it's happened. I mean, Oba being NXT champ, yeah, fine. It's not like he doesn't deserve it or it doesn't make sense, but it's just... Surely this guy's on the verge of going up to the main roster, isn't he? Isn't he? He is, isn't he? Is he? Is he? Ricky is standing behind Oba. I mean, he's not going to turn on him, is he? Ricky puts his hand out. Ricky looks broken, doesn't he? He looks absolutely devastated. To be honest, he couldn't really turn on him or do anything because what's he going to do? I mean, he'd have to wait for Oba to turn his back. I mean, if he's going to jump him, now's the time to do it, but he ain't doing it. You can't really attack Oba from the front, can you? It ain't going to go well. Damn. I don't get it, but well, it happened. I saw it. I watched it. Cody's boy Ricky is the one getting the call up. That doesn't even make sense. Unless they've got an idea for him. Does Ricky deserve the call up before Oba? I mean, I would say no. I'd say there's still work to be done. Well, that has shocked me. I am surprised. Yeah, thoughts? That should be interesting over Cody. WWE could make a huge statement if they have him go over the Golden Boy. That's a big if, though, isn't it? That's a big if. That means Oba's going to have another run before getting called up, said Alfie. I'm happy that Oba, one said, Edith, I can't stand Ricky. Ren fan club reporting for duty said DK. Let's go. Daze, I think Oba beats Cody and gets called up and just gives up the title, said TJF. Blake said Oba is the most realistic. Kader said, I could see Oba beating Cody because of getting help from Drew. Oh, now that's interesting. That's interesting. Drew interfering, Oba getting the win. That's interesting. I think Ricky took out CM Punk at Survivor Series. When Oba got in the ring and Ricky did the famous stomp, it just clicked, said Hello Ross. TJF said, I think Oba beats Cody, gets called up, gives up the title. Joseph said, Cody is Ricky's best friend. Also, Ricky has NXT experience years ago before AEW, so politics. James said, who is the redhead? She looks like Harley Cameron in AEW. Who is the redhead? I can't see a redhead. Oh, are you talking about Kelly Kincaid? She's the interviewer. She used to be in Ring of Honor, I believe. I reposted that ref box picture, said Smurfy Tunes. Oh, what, where they held the belt upside down? Nice. Love it. Thank you. Smurfy Tunes, thank you. Oba is going to get pinned with 3 crossroads, clean as a sheet, says Robbie. Well, listen, I've got to think there's a plan. I've got to think there's some sort of a flipping plan. And if this is the direction they want to go, then let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna be optimistic that it's all gonna work out brilliantly. Okay, so we saw this interview earlier with Kendal and Ren. It was on the Countdown show. Didn't Ricky and Punk have a feud on AEW that didn't pay off before Punk got fired and the masked man attacked Punk? So maybe it makes sense being Ricky, said Alfie. Well, no, because WWE are not going to include things that happened in AEW, are they? They don't even want to acknowledge that AEW exists. So they're certainly not going to be continuing storylines that started over there. So that is of no bearing to WWE whatsoever. Oh, hang on, what's this? We got Soul and Zarya. Soul and Zarya are apologizing, but didn't Zarya try to spear Soul? Why did I watch Zarya try and spear Soul on Tuesday? And now here they are sat there like, oh, I'm so sorry, and, you know, what? This is the most random flipping split of 2 people ever. We're just seeing Hank and Tank in Japan. Hank and Tank in Noah. Kind of fun, isn't it, seeing this footage? Japan is the country of respect. And in the ring, respect isn't given, it's earned. They're the ring generals. Blake said, I think Oba will be WWE champion in under 2 years, says Blake. Blake, shout out to you, buds. Okay, let's get the scores for that, shall we? William said, please don't use logic. It's wrestling. That's true. That's true. Wrestling is where logic goes to die. Okay, you lot said that was great. 67. Really enjoyed that match. He is fired up, isn't he, tonight? He is fired up. So we go back to the commentators and Booker's in good spirits. Okay, Women's Iron Survivor coming up next. Oba won. He takes on Cody. Now let him beat him, says Wyatt. Rage said, I love watching Hank and Tank. Just got a feeling of their energy. I love it, says Rage Warrior. Daze, what if Soul has been taken out backstage? Zarya comes out to take her place, said Scottish Chris. I don't know that she said she was there, though, did she? I think she just said on the phone she wasn't there. I mean, what if she gets taken out during the match and it's a mystery person? I mean, she could get taken out backstage, but I don't know that Zarya can replace, because I think she sort of suggested she wasn't in San Antonio. Days, great 6-7%. Yeah, you're right. Great 6-7. Good shout, Money Worth Monster. I did not pick up on that. Thank God you're here to pick me up when I overlook such things. Okay, 25 minutes is too short for this match, says MD Arrett. MD Arrett. Arrett. Dutch Luchalala said, it feels like it's time for Soul or Jordynne to get a shot. We've already done Lola several times. Scottish Chris said, why would she have makeup? Look at her face on the phone. Well, okay. Let's see. Days, what would happen if a wrestler went bananas and got naked in the middle of a match? Viewership would go up. We would break viewing figures. Moneyworth Monster said, yes, I've got your back with all 6-7 references. Let's flipping go. Look at all these rules. Look at all these rules. See all them rules then, Jesus. Come to watch a wrestling show, not read a book. Okay, Kelani is making her way down. Kelani making her way down to the ring. Kelani is coming out. The traitor. The traitor. Look at her furry boot coverings. Okay, so Kelani is calling down the next participant. It's going to be Kendal. Ren coming out with her. Ren wearing Texas flag shorts. Lola is going to be AAA Women's Champ. She deserves it, said Joseph. Daryl said, I feel now that Oba has the title, it's less likely that he'll be in the Royal Rumble, says Daryl. Kendal getting in the ring. Looking forward to this. Different ring gear for Kendal, and I'm not sure about that, but I mean, there's a lot of... I find that a lot of this women's gear is just always so cluttered. Rather than just being nice and simple and impactful, there's always blooming straps and clasps and all this stuff going on. One of the good things, actually, that people really like about Kendal is, the fact she can take those straps down. It doesn't look like this gear is going to allow for that. Kelani going into the middle turnbuckle. Kendal going over against the ropes. Yeah, it's a spot she likes going to. Changing direction. Ooh, trying to drive a knee to the side of Kelani. She always works at such a good pace, Kendal. Just a one count. Bang. Looking for a takedown. Bridging up. Looking for... backslide. Lands on her feet. Oh. These two could put on like a really great singles match. Kendal coming around the back of Kelani. Lovely takedown there by Kendal. Kendal, of course, has got that amateur wrestling background, so she's very credible. Might not know much about her, but she brings a lot of credibility. Ooh, nasty dropkick there by Kelani. Person in the crowd that was down on Ricky says Kelani is the standout. Defcon said, bring back the Captain America 1980s pirate boots look. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Defcon, shout out to you. Oh, we got to wait 5 minutes till the next superstar comes in. Okay. 2 minutes gone so far. Daze, you're hoping to have a black screen and a wardrobe malfunction from the gear, said Jordynne. Well, to be honest, I mean, I think Kendal, I think her gear is certainly going to prevent that. There seems to be quite a few straps and whatever. Trying to... She kind of slid under that bottom rope, gets stomped on by Kelani. Kelani on the outside, driving her shoulder into the midsection. And again, Kelani going down. Back into the ring. Sometimes you've got to lose to know how to win. I thought, I was trying to hear there. I didn't know if Vic Joseph just said that Kelani hadn't really shined recently. Kelani in control here. Her experience certainly helping her out. Grabbing the hair of Kendal. Kendal throwing in some shots to the midsection. Big boot coming in. Kendal grabbing Kelani. Kendal going over the other side into the corner. Getting picked up, and backbreaker there by Kelani. Kendal screaming out in pain, and a kick out there by Kendal. Another cover coming in, and a kick out there by Kendal again. But Kendal has got a strap around her neck. She could take that strap down without showing anything off. I don't know. Into the middle turnbuckle. Kendal gear is Evolve colours, said James. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, good spot. Going for the cover. 1, 2. I suppose she is representing as the Evolve Women's Champ. Right now, we've got Kelani going up. She's perched on top, trying to stomp down, roll through. Oh, love that. Flipping love that. Love that. And she's got the first pin as well. Go on, Kendal. Go on, Kendal. She's done that right on the 5-minute mark as Jordynne Grace is making her way down, so... I mean, what if she was to get that early, and then that means that Jordynne has to go in the penalty box, like, what is it, 1:30? How long does she go in the box for? So we've got the countdown clock at the bottom. I think it's like 1:30, is it? It was over a minute. I don't think it was 2 minutes. Or maybe it was. It's 90 seconds, so it is 1:30. Okay, Tracy, thank you. Okay, 20-odd seconds. That's how long Kelani's got to be in that box for. So, right now we've got... Oh, yeah, it's a nice submission. Pulling back on the arms as well. Yeah, that's nice. Oh my God. She's like got her arms stretched back up here. Oh, that was nice. Mate, that's a 6 submission, that is. Daze, that's why you should have read the rules. I mean, now they weren't up long enough, but... I'd have to have took a screenshot. Reverse there by Kelani. Reverse there by Kendal. Kick out. Against the ropes. Oh, she's going for an ankle lock. Ankle lock is in by Kendal. She gets taken over too. No joy. That looks quite painful. Yeah, that submission hold. That submission hold was sick. Pinfall there by Kelani. Kelani telling Kendal to get out the ring. So, Jordynne, Grace, Kelani, Jordynne. Charging up. Big boot coming in. Big boot there by Jordynne. Smashing Kelani into the corner. Looking for a backslide. No joy. Clothesline. Jordynne Grace very much in control here. Kendall's had to go into that submission box. So it's so far 1 for Kelani Jordynne, 1 for Kendal. Nothing for Jordynne Grace at the moment. We've yet to have Sol Ruca and Lola Vice enter. Look at that. JC runs NXT sign in the crowds. Daze, what do we think about Jordynne Grace? I think her NXT run, has it made you a fan or disinterested? I think her NXT run has been a little flat, to be honest. I found her to be a lot more exciting when I was seeing the work she was doing in TNA. I don't think that's necessarily her fault. I just think her feud with Blake Monroe was not very good. I didn't enjoy it. I thought the last match they had was pretty good, but most of that feud underwhelmed for me. And I don't really know what we've done with her since then, to be honest. She's just been a bit part player, really. So I've not really found much to get my teeth into with her NXT run at the moment, but I've always enjoyed her work. She was someone that when this partnership started with TNA, I was quite excited to see coming over. So I do like her. So I was a bit of a fan anyway, but I don't think that her NXT run has blown minds yet. It's, still relatively early. I expect her to be NXT Women's Champion at some point. And actually, when we talk about women that can get called up, she's always the name that I mention because of the amount of time she spent in TNA. And, she's been a champion over there. Like, she's got so much experience that doesn't really feel like she needs to be in NXT very long. Right now, we've got her coming over and we got a multi-person spot involving a lot of women. There we go. The buzzer has sounded. Here comes Lola Vice. Jordynne's not done anything for me. She hasn't had that story or that feud yet, said Dominic. I can hear that. I hear that, buds. Lola comes in and gets a quick pin. So Lola straight in there, but quick kicks coming in on Jordynne Grace. Jordynne Grace going back. It's Kendal Gray that once again has to go into that box. Bang. Second time for Kendal Gray to go in there. Big E said, I see you, Oba. A no-brainer as a main event on any brand. Many more world championships to come. So Big E really impressed with Oba. Bang! Lola colliding into the corner. Colliding into Jordynne. And Kelani. Oh. Chucking her around. So Big E certainly impressed with what he's seen. It's not fair. It should have been me, not them, said Pillskin. Booker T is hilarious, said Wrestling Fan. Yeah, it was great seeing Jordynne in the Rumble. And Joe Hendry to start that TNA partnership, said Rage Warrior. Is Kendal going to be the pin eater in this match? Well, I don't mind if she is because she's so new to this. She's basically an evolved talent. So, I mean, her just being in the match is amazing for her. So, if they do want to use her in that role, fine. Probably makes sense to do that, to be honest. But lovely. Look at that takedown. It's kind of Asuka-esque takedown, to be honest. Grace is down. Kendal. Oh, look at that. Kendal gets her second, Maybe she is going to be the pin eater, but they're going to balance it out by giving her pins. Wow. She's leading this thing at the moment. Getting slammed down by Kelani. Kelani kicking out at Kendal. Kelani going up. Split leg. No joy. Shot coming in there by Kendal Gray. Kendal is climbing up, looking for some sort of German from that middle rope. Middle turnbuckle. Lola is going to steal the pin, I think, but Kendal prevents it. Jordynne Gray still in that box. Got 45 seconds to go. I've got no thought on who I think's going to win this. Definitely wouldn't mind Kendal, but it is early for her. I'm probably going to back Sol Ruca here, says Brony. Kendal picking up that second point, says Jennifer. Robbie said they're going to have Oba drop the title at New Year's Evil. There's not really any main event ready people, says Robbie. Big kick coming in. Another kick. The ladies are keeping up with that pace, says Booker. The conditioning and cardio of these women, very, very impressive. Jordynne Grace kicked the door open. And I think Kelani Jordynne went flying. Jordynne Grace comes exploding out. Plants Kendal Gray, but Kendal Gray kicks out. Blimey now. Kick coming in there by Lola. Look at that suplex. So nice. So good. 1, 2. No joy. Right now, crossbody there. 1, 2, 3. Pin by Jordynne. So, Kelani gets out the ring. Sol Ruca making her way down. So, we've just had another pin. Kelani, who is meant to go in the box, is murking Sol Ruca right now. Sol Ruca down by the steps. Double super. Oh, look at the strength there of Jordynne Grace, but it didn't quite come off. Jordynne, though, trying to roll up both of them. Sol is being taken out of the match because of what Kelani Jordynne did. Sol Ruca is being helped to the back. And there's a sick smile on the face of Kelani Jordynne. 1, 2. No joy. 1, 2. These back and forth at the moment. Right now, working on the arm. Lola goes over into the corner. Against the ropes. Bang. Down goes Kendal. I guess I can't back Sol Ruca anymore. Let's go Kendal, said Brony. Sol hurts. I think it's planned. I mean, that whole spot. You can't see me by Jordynne Grace. Big boot. Stomp coming in there by Kelani. Kelani stomping away on Kendal. Right now, Lola going into Kendal. Roll up there by Kelani. Kick out by Lola. Round the back. Nice takeover. Kendal. Kendall's still leading this. Yeah, they wouldn't have shown her leaving if that was legit, says Brony. Okay, Lola. Well, that didn't work. Lola and Kendal were swinging Kelani. They were looking to throw her, but she landed on her feet. She goes to the outsides. So this thing can go for, what, 25 minutes? We've got around about 7 minutes left to go. Spanish fly to the outsides. Is Sol going to return? Well, Sol's return. To Kelani goes over into the ring. Sol Snatcher connects. 1, 2, 3. Sol gets a pin. 1, 2, 3. Sol gets a pin. Sol picks up some pins. Kick coming into the midsection there by Sol. So Sol is level at the moment. 2 quick pins. It's Soul and Kendal that's leading this. Nice German by Soul. Soul coming in. Tried to get a bit of a backstabber there by Soul, but it was a bit botchy. German. We got fighting in the penalty box at the moment. Double drop kick. Yeah, who's actually in there? It's Lola and Kelani. So they're fighting in the penalty box. Okay, how long we got? We've still got 5 minutes here, and it's still quite close, to be honest. I mean, everyone's got at least 1 pinfall, but it's Soul and Kendal that have got 2. Shaking my head now as I see my premonition coming true, says John. Dragon Sleeper is in by Soul. Jordynne Grace looking for a single leg Boston. Look at this. Okay. In the ring goes Lola. Lola with some quick kicks coming in on Soul and Jordynne. They go down. Idiot Vic Joseph doesn't recognize what's happening in the penalty box, says Robert. I love that brawl between Lola and Lani, said Dr. Luchalala. Keegan said, I'm focused on wrestling and basketball. So, planting Lola. This match has been pretty fun, says Brony. Okay, down goes Soul. Down goes Jordynne. Going for the cover. That should have been a 3. Feels like that ref just did not count that 3. So, right now, we've got Kelani Jordynne on 2, Soul Ruca on 2, Kendal on 2. Jordynne Grace has to go into that penalty box. Wrestling Void said, I'm glad that I'm here and my browser issue has been fixed. Yeah, that was a 3, says Johnny. Ref, you suck. Shot coming in. The ref did mess that up, said Hawks fan. I hate it. I really hate it. I have no idea why they don't just count the 3. If you count the 3 and it's not meant to happen, wrestlers would soon flipping learn that it's, you've got to kick out. If WWE end up going down some roads they don't want to be going down because you didn't kick out in time and it's your fault, there will soon be consequences. Big slam. She lands on her feet. How long we got? We got 2.5 minutes. Shots coming in. German suplex. Kendal is looking awesome in this match, said Jennifer. One, two, three. Okay, so we've got a 3, 2. No, just 2 count there. Big kick coming in by Lola. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so everyone's on 2 now. We're into the final 2 minutes. Everyone's on 2 points. Which way is this going to go? Jordynne Grace with Soul Ruca trying to get it to the outside. Big shot coming in. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's a big problem, isn't it? They're in the penalty box. So this is not good for Kendal Gray. This is not good for Kelani Jordynne. They're both in that penalty box at the moment. We are going to have like less than a minute to go. Everyone is still on too. We're at the business end of this one. Almost over, said Jojo. Down we go. Here we go. Final minute. Final minute. Here we go. We're under 60 seconds left to go in the match. Soul on the outsides. What's she going for here? Looks like she's going for moonsault. Oh, no! Soul Snatcher! Off the steps! I don't think I've ever seen her do that before. Soul Snatcher off the ring steps. We've got 30-odd seconds to go. Oh, Kelani Jordynne lands on Lola. Saved by Jordynne Grace. Kelani Jordynne to the outside. Oh, my God. That's going to leave Lola. Kendal. Bang. Is Kendal going to get it? Kendal. 2. Oh, my God. There we go. Kendall's done it. Grey Graps. Grey Graps. Yes. Kendal Grey, the Evolve Women's Champion, has just won the Iron Survivor Challenge. Dudes. No flipping way. All that stock that we bought in Kendal Grey when we were enjoying her work in Evolve, it's just gone to the moon. It's gone to the moon. Oh, so pleased for her. Mate, they are all in, aren't they? They are all in. If you're not paying attention to Kendal Grey, you are flipping missing out because she is killing it at the moment. Absolutely killing it. That is a massive victory for her. That is a massive victory. Crazy. Love the ending to that. Right, let's get the match score, see what people thought. Kendall's got that rocket attached, said Jennifer. Kendal Grey against JC Jane. I tell you what, 2 shocking results for me. I did not expect Kendal to get the victory here, and I didn't expect Oba. Wow. Probably because they've got people like Grace and Soul, maybe Lola. They could be heading up soon. Oh. EO WrestleMania video. I don't think I've seen this one before. It's bad because a wrestler who is below developmental shouldn't win, says Glotness. Glotness not feeling it. Good to see Grey get pushed, said TJF. Suzanne said, I'm shocked that Ricky lost. I just have to wonder if Ricky's part of that group that's going up. WrestleMania Vegas is anyone's game. Days, the title run JC had after beating Stephanie really elevated her. I think JC feels like the biggest star for the women in NXT, says Brony. I really like JC a lot, yes. She could be on her way. God, does that mean she drops the belt to Kendal? Are we like really how big is this rocket? This rocket that's currently on the back of Kendal Gray, how big is it? Drake Moreau. This is the dude that got locked in the NXT Performance Center. Lol. The more you think you've got your life planned out, the more you don't know what's going to happen next. Drake Moreau. Ah, here he is. Here he is. It's goal. This is my guy. Stud menu. What's on the stud menu? Studometer. Evolve on a Wednesday. So a little Evolve advert right now. I've already seen this. They showed this clip on Evolve. Wow. It's gone. JC is never getting called up. She's a developmental lifer, said R-Dub-B. Rhino said, my name is Drake Swampwater, and I've only got 3 personalities, traits, gators, gumbo, and Mardi Gras beads. Kendal Gray. It's gone. It's gone. Wow. I wonder when she found out she was going to be winning, if she could flipping believe it. Even get her head around it. You don't get to see its goal, feeling feelings. This is a long advert for a... Are you lot getting this as well? This is long? Blimey now. It's like we've abandoned Deadline. I'm starting to think that sign last night was correct. Maybe HBK is mid, said Glocknes. I couldn't see it, Jordan, but Daze tells me it was great other than Ricky losing, said Suzanne. Well, our community said that first match was great 67. And our community have voted for the Women's Iron Survivor. And you have said... God, you really enjoyed that. You really enjoyed it. Lots of fancies have been tickled because you have scored that great 92. Mate, that's huge. Great 90. Only 1% said it was bad. Only 7% said it was good. Great 92. That is a monstrous score. Monstrous. Oh, that interview is going to be available following Raw on... That's interesting. Following Raw on Monday. Here's Blake. Open challenge on Tuesday. Are you sure you want to do that? You're no Ilya Dragunov? I'm more beloved than Sami Zayn. Enjoy the moment. Okay. Open challenge on Tuesday. Anyone can answer it. They must have someone interesting if they're going to do that. Oh, yeah, Myles gets to choose, but we didn't do that for the women. Okay, he's coming out third. What's happening backstage? We got a brawl. Kelani and Jordynne Grace. Kelani and Jordynne Grace are going at it backstage. So Myles Borne has decided that he wants to come out third. That men's Iron Survivor going to main event tonight. Here is Mr. Iguana. He's making his way down to the ring. This is going to be match number 3. To be honest, I don't think this match will be that long, will it? I don't think they're going to give this match tons of time. I think it'll just be a fun little thing before we go to the men's Iron Survivor. Mr. Iguana. Okay. Daze, maybe Sean is trying to push more people to get sent or come to Evolve. Well, to be honest, I think I wouldn't be shocked if there is going to be a real call-up soon. I mean, that has been reported. So, you know, Sean is going to have to try and book knowing where we're going, and that's hard for us. Because we don't know where we're going. We don't know who is going to get called up. I think one thing we can be confident on is that Kendal Gray is not going to be getting called up. So, you know, is it wrong to get behind Kendal right now? If we really do need her to be seen as, you know, not just a name on the women's division, but like a decent competitor. Someone that, you know, we're really going to have around the championship in 2026. It could be a situation where we need her up there. And so, I don't know. I mean, to me, it was a shock. I wasn't expecting us to go that way. But if we're about to lose, you know, 3 or 4 women, then all of a sudden getting behind Kendal and giving her that push might make a bit more sense. In regards to Oba, I don't really get that other than is Ricky on his way to the main roster? You know, if Ricky's on the verge of getting called up, then all of a sudden you go, okay, that totally makes sense as well. So, I don't know. I feel like with this show, it's a case of let's watch it. Let's see what we do. Maybe it'll make a bit more sense, some of these decisions, you know, once we get past the Rumble and we know who's been called up. But yeah, I mean, like, getting behind Kendal, that's a real shock when she's, you know, barely been on NXT. Having Oba win that belt back again when I thought he was on his way to the main roster is a shock. Okay, we are underway with Mr. Iguana against Ethan Page. Presenting Oba as an NXT champ makes him appear to be even bigger threat to Cody on Saturday. I'm going to say that Oba's going to get the shot win against Cody and drop the NXT title shortly after, says Sean. Daze, out of topic. Cena Gunther, who is going to steal the match? Well, I think Gunther wins the match. Okay, Mr. Iguana is down doing his weird selling. He spins Mr. Iguana around. He doesn't quite know how to approach this, Ethan, so he's going over and he's flipping him over, and Mr. Iguana... He's dead. I don't think he's dead. Okay. Mr. Iguana flips over. Ethan's already turning green, says Jennifer. From what? From the face paint. Okay, the crowd break out into a Mr. Iguana chants. I'm surprised that TKO hasn't worked out a deal with, like, Gecko car insurance and changed Mr. Iguana to Mr. Gecko, said Glockness. Booker T said, can we be serious? This is a championship match. Roll over. Nice. 2. Kick out there by Ethan. James said, people call Joe Hendry a meme. Well, this definitely goes to a different level, Mr. Iguana. Brony said, Cody is hitting 3 crossroads and he's going to pin him clean. And you're going to love it because it's going to be epic, says Brony. Sempher said, Mr. Iguana definitely has got a style. Goes up, goes over, lands on his feet, and Mr. Iguana drops the iguana. That was really good by Ethan Page. That was really good. That was really good because Mr. Iguana was faffing around with the iguana, and there was just this split second where Ethan could just grab him, bang. To be honest, if someone's going to faff around in the ring like this, I want to see him get murked. I really do draw the line that when the bell rings, that you do bring this sort of nonsense into the ring. This is the great Orange Cassidy debate, you know? Big crossbody. It's clear Mr. Iguana can do some great work in there, but there's a lot of faffing, a lot of messing around. And if there is an opportunity to punish that, then I want to see it get punished. So I like that he just did that DDT to him. Down he goes to the outsides. Macarai said, I wonder if they'll put the title on Kendal. What do we think? Well, I mean, they could do. It could be a massive shock. If you're going to call up JC or something along those lines... Honestly, I don't think they do, but after some of the results we've been seeing, I don't know. I'm not ready to rule anything out. Flipping Mr. Iguana might win the North American Championship here. Ethan might get called up. Mr. Iguana might be the new North American champ. I really feel it's those call-ups that are playing a factor. Ethan in the ring, grabbing Mr. Iguana. Back elbow, down goes Mr. Iguana. Okay, we are an hour and a half into the show. We've still got the Men's Iron Survivor coming up. Who wins that now? I really don't know. I mean, as I said, I wasn't expecting Oba to get the victory, so it's kind of really knocked me off my path. Ethan said, everyone here is going to watch me beat his ass. Mr. Iguana down in the middle of the ring. And Ethan has got green paint all over him. Mr. Iguana going over the other side. Big boot. Coming over. Looking to try and take Ethan over, and he does. Mr. Iguana on that middle rope. Springboard. That was good. He can really work. He can really move. Mr. Iguana looks over at Lieska. That's a foreign object. That's a foreign object, says Booker T. Okay, is on the rope. Oh, power slam down there by Ethan. God, that was good as well. That was good as well. Ah. Yeah. He's like, you're stupid. And he's being really aggressive. Booker's loving it. Big boot. Mr. Iguana goes down. I'd actually really love the booking if he would just beat him into a pulp. If he would just beat him up, Mr. Iguana's meant to be like a fun comedy character, just wants to have a bit of fun. Ethan Page just messing him up, man. Maybe Mr. Iguana gets busted open. He's got the puppet. Ethan. Burn it, said Booker. He spits on it, chucks it out the ring. Crowd are booing. Crowd are there for a good time. Mr. Iguana up on his feet. Seething he is. He's hulking up now. That's going to take Mr. Iguana to a whole new level. DDT there by Mr. Iguana. Moneyworth Monster said, how about if Kendal Gray answers Blake's challenge, wins the North American Championship, then beats JC, then wins the Rumble? Oh. Let's go. Super Ego's edge is maybe what Ethan's looking for. Right now, he's got him up in the corner. Oh, reversed. He goes to the outsides. Mr. Iguana, middle of the ring. Jericho, Moxley, Austin Theory, they could be the masked man, says Tony. Over the top. Oof, lovely work there by Mr. Iguana. He went over the top and there was a lovely head scissor takeover. He's climbing up. Ethan Page back in the ring. It's all Mr. Iguana right now. Looking for a flying headbutt. Connects. What's all this green stuff, says Booker. There we go. Mr. Iguana. Iguana chants. Edith said, I'm just not high enough for Mr. Iguana to be making any sense. This match reminds me of when me and my friends were faffing around playing 2K games, said Dominic. Oof, down he goes. Oh. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Ethan Page. And a minute and a kill him with a style. There we go. Victory. For Ethan. Boo, said TJF. We now know what Ava meant when she said you don't want to miss this show, says Kader. Ego 100%, said Joseph. We need to alert Petter, said Glotness. An iguana has just been battered. Okay. Well, a little bit of comedy in there. But a bit of serious stuff as well as Ethan retains that North American Championship. One more match to go. And still no sign of Tony. I feel like Tony D'Angelo is going to make his presence felt. Is it going to be in this final match? This men's Iron Survivor Challenge. Okay, we just got a 2K advert right now for the John Cena edition. Jordan said that match was more fun than Oba Ricky, but that was great, said Jordan. Rent-free said, Daze, will you be doing a breakdown video? No. I was thinking of doing one, but I don't think this show has got enough interest, to be honest. I don't think. I mean, I can already tell that not as many people are going to have joined us for this as would join us for a Raw or a SmackDown. You're forgetting Izzi Tatum. Oh, God, yeah, you're right. I did. I completely forgot about Izzi Tatum. Oh, wow, yeah. No, completely slipped my mind. Yes. Oh, well, that'll be next, won't it? That match was great, says Big Time. Tony said it was okay. What's this? Go big. Go home. WWE shop. Okay, another John Cena advert. It's all about next week. All about next week. You can't see me. It's a good video package, this, actually. All about the you can't see me. Good. Ethan is going to go up soon too. Probably after New Year's Evil, said Robbie. Save us, Y2J, said Glock Ness. He transcended wrestling, he did. Bum, ba-dum, bum. A week today. 7 days from now. John Cena is the greatest, said Jason. Six feet under with the Undertaker special guest Bailey. Vince McMahon is the masked man, said Night is Gamer. Rare Breed said that anti-up thing is crazy. Yeah, it is crazy. I actually didn't know that. I don't know if it's ever been mentioned before, but I didn't know that. It's crazy as well because that, whatever he shouts at the beginning of the song, like, it's straight from MOP anti-up, isn't it? Well, it just is. You can hear the exact same vocal thing in the two and the same beats, and it's crazy. It is crazy. Maybe they've already paid MOP back in the day for it, or I don't know, but yeah. It was crazy. I just thought they had some sick beats, and they got John in to do, like, some rapping over the top. But it seems like a lot of that stuff has been sampled from other tracks, which is probably quite normal, I'd imagine, in that kind of hip-hop world, but I hope they've paid people. 6 Feet Under with Michelle McCool, an extra host, The Undertaker. Yeah, I love that Michelle McCool podcast. So good. Taker 9090 said Tony D is going to be the hooded man from War Games. Frank said, I can't wait to see who the mystery man is. Well, I'm shocked that this is such a conversation because we know who it is, don't we? I mean, I'm not really in any doubt as to who it is. Okay, we're going back to the action. We've got the Saturday night's main event music playing. There's Kendal. Backstage with Ren. I wasn't supposed to win that match. Here's Sol Ruca. If my knee was 100%, I would be standing where you are right now. She fought for me, and I'm going to do the same for her. She's my best friend. I find this whole Sol Zarya story to be really pointlessly overcomplicated. Dion. I mean, after what we've just done with Kendal, maybe Dion is in the running. I mean, if we are going to call a load of people up and we need to present some new stars, I mean, maybe Dion has got a real chance. Tatum, Paxley, Izzi, Dame coming up next. Anyone else think we might get a Sol heel turn on Zarya instead of the other way round, says Trem. Yeah. Could be right. She's certainly showing some shades of being a heel. I mean, rather than just going up saying congratulations, she had to add that little extra of, if I was 100%, if I'd had my whole time, then I would have won that. It's like, you just say congrats. Potential match of the night with the storyline behind Tatum. Another friend group turning their back on her, with Izzi and the Cullen living up to their name, sending Tatum to the main. Oh. It is true. Her strength is the innocence that she's able to convey. She does come across as a very pure, very innocent, very wears her heart on her sleeve, you know? She just wants friends. And she is so good at kind of communicating that. She's so good at, like, just totally convincing you that that is what this character's about, like, lost and lonely and just searching for a sense of belonging. She does make you kind of root for Tatum, like, go on, Tatum. Makes her a very likable character. Which just means when she gets betrayed, it carries that extra weight. So I agree. I think the story for this has been really good. And this should result in hopefully a good in-ring match. I don't know what we're going to get out of Izzi, though, because we don't see much of Izzi in singles matches. So it's going to be a good showcase. We need Izzi stepping up, though, because if we are going to lose some girls, Izzi is going to need to take one of those top spots. I don't think Izzi would be called up. Okay, video package at the moment. 90s Gamer said Tatum plays a very sweet girl, but she could go absolutely mental in a second. Doesn't matter. Best storyline in NXT at the moment, said Rare Breeds. When are you coming back to sunny Telford, said Telford Sweet Channel. I only tend to go a few times a year, to be honest. So, certainly not in 2025, but probably at some point early 2026. Spawny Boy said, I like Tatum, but she was stupid not to listen to Izzi. 90s Gamer said, all the girls from the Survivor match should get called up. Okay, here we go then. Here we go. Cullen making their way out. Izzi making her way out. Okay, there's Izzi. There is... we haven't seen much out of Nico Vance, actually. Do you know, there's so many people like that in NXT that you just forget about. Nico Vance is just around, but, I mean, we just don't really get much out of him. Again, if there's a call-up, he needs to be stepping up. Okay, Izzi in the ring. This is going to go a bit of time. Well, I say that, but this match, let's say it gets 10 minutes. Probably means we're looking to start the men's Iron Survivor just after the hour. So we could still kind of wrap this up, I suppose, like within 2.5, 2 hours 40. Okay, here she comes. I like the graphics. It's an interesting look, actually. I mean, she's got that look that she's been crying and her makeup's all run. Looks like there's snot that's come down her nose and... I'm only hearing her music now, and I'm like, because she's been coming out to the culling music for a while. I think we could do better music for Tatum. Okay, we got Nico and Sean getting in the ring. Is he staying on the outsides? Need a couple of guys to come down and give Tatum a helping hand here. There must be a couple of guys that can... Okay, she turns around as Izzi gets in the ring. Where's Sean and Nico going? What are they doing? Izzi is looking emotional. Tatum is looking emotional. Look at Tatum. Look at the acting. So good. That is so flipping good. Izzi laughing. She didn't mean it. But neither did Tatum. Izzi backing away. Big shot coming in there by Tatum, and we're underway. Clothesline by Izzi. Tatum goes down. Give her the Oscar already, said Johnny. That was really interesting. Good start. I think, though, I would have done it slightly different. I would have done it where when Izzi was, like, laughing, like she wasn't really upset, and then you have Tatum showing she wasn't. Tatum should have massively then started unloading, getting all that frustration out, like... I would have moved on to that. We didn't go into that. Okay, Izzi on the outside saying stop. Tatum. Tatum on the outside, Izzi. It's always been me and you. Seems a bit quick to go to this, doesn't it? Doesn't it seem a bit quick to kind of go to this pleading? We've just done this in the ring, and we've just done the betrayal as well. I think... no. I'm all right with starting it like that, but, I mean, it was very clear that Izzi did not mean what she was just doing in the ring. And then literally all of a couple of minutes later, we're trying to do that exact same spot again and have Tatum fall for it again. Knee coming in. Izzi standing on Tatum. Tatum's got a rock song, but I think it needs to be something like Billie Eilish, says Ajkazilenok. Yeah, that could be interesting. Right now, we've got Izzi in there picking up Tatum. Okay, this match is underway now. Slams her down. Tatum down, grabbing her midsection. Izzi grabbing her, hurling her over to the corner. Lovely shoulder. Look at their shots coming in there by Izzi Dame. Really unloading. Over the other side goes Tatum. Bang! Shoulder into the midsection. Driving her into the corner. Sign in the crowd says Izzi did nothing wrong. Izzi is in control. You're all alone, says Izzi. Spinning around. Backbreaker. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Tatum. What do we think about Katy Perry and Justin Trudeau? Honest thoughts, says Millennial. I have no idea who Justin Trudeau... Oh, I do, actually. That's the Canadian Prime Minister guy. I don't know anything about him. She is in Tatum's head. And that might not be a good place for her to be, said Rage Warrior. I think it's Let's Go Tatum, isn't it? Let's go Tatum. Let's go Tatum. Okay, over against the ropes. Jumps on the back. She's got a sleeper hold applied. Tatum gets driven back to the corner. Izzi goes down. Izzi coming in, back elbow there by Tatum. Kick coming in there by Tatum. Tatum against the rope, stuck underneath, over the other side. That was good by Izzi. I like it when they follow them into the ropes. Drives a big knee to the midsection. Tatum gets hung on that rope, goes down. Tatum to the outside. Izzi coming over. Tatum into the ring posts. Big boot coming in there by Izzi. So Izzi unloading on Tatum here. Tatum goes down. This should be under Celebrity Deathmatch rules, said Night is Gamer. Celebrities Deathmatch. Oof. No. She does those backbreakers so well. Really nice. Izzi sucks. Izzi sucks. Izzi sucks. Hawks fan said, I'm digging Tatum's gear. She's like a broken Barbie, said Hawks fan. Ooh. Well, here we go. Boston Crab. It's in. Tatum feeling it. Wrenching back. Boston Crab. Daze, the Amadou at the beginning of the Mop song Anti-Up and John Cena was a shout out to the artist who was shot by police in 1990. Cena's producer did clear it, but just not the horn, said Moneyworth Monster. Interesting, thank you. Had no idea it'd come from that. Dragging back into the middle. I'm glad he cleared it, otherwise they'd have another problem on their hands. Look at this, like a walls. Look at that. Tatum really in a lot of pain here. Okay, she's managed to turn over. That takes the sting out of it. One inside cradle, no joy. Tatum up. Clothesline there by Izzi as Tatum goes down. Izzi coming over. Just evolve. Do something. She slaps Tatum. Tatum goes down. Okay, she's getting back up to her feet. What? Why would you shout to someone, evolve? Just evolve. Tatum is stomping away. I wouldn't even shout that to evolve, talent. Splash coming in there by Tatum and kick out by Izzi. Is Izzi helping her evolve? I don't know. What's she going to become? A squirrel? What do you evolve into? What's she going to become? Auntie Howdy? Just feel like the build for this is really good, but then they've brought too much of the story into the match, where rather than just go in there and have a banger, there's all this faffage. Right now, Tatum up top. Drop kick there by... That was good. That was good by Izzi. Looking for a net breaker, swinging net breaker, going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Tatum. Kick out by Tatum. Evolve, Daze, said Austin. Evolve. Let's go. Tatum is the champ. Right now, shot coming in. We got Izzi on the feet. Izzi with a forearm shot. James said Booker shouldn't be commentating at all. He's horrible. Going over against the ropes. Izzi goes back against the ropes. Big boot coming in there by Izzi. Oh, Izzi goes down. Crossbar to the outside. Crash and burn. Both of them spill into the outsides. Izzi going over by the commentary table. Love that kick. Love that by Tatum. Kick off the commentary table. Yeah, goods. Stripping the commentary table. So, commentary table being stripped. Tatum needs to win clean and then move on from this, Drex said R-Dub-B. Another forearm shot coming in. Right now, Izzi down. Tatum. Now we're cooking, said 107. I agree. This is good. She's apologizing to her. Shh, Tatum ain't going to fall for that now, surely. Smile on her face. She ain't going to fall for it. Ah! Izzi back in the ring. Okay, now we've got Sean Spears with a couple of dolls. Okay, Sean touches her on the shoulder. Pulls the head off one of the dolls. Tatum in the ring. Big boot there by Izzi. Bang. Drives her down. And Izzi gets the win. Izzi picks up the victory. Tatum, I'm sure this is far from over. Daze England World Cup group games kicking off at 9 p.m, 9 p.m, 10 p.m. Oh, that's not bad. I heard some of them are kicking off at like 2 in the morning. Sonny said, Daze, I got a boyfriend. He's about 9 he's 9 to 30 minutes. What does that mean? 9 to 30 minutes. We talk on video call. Sonny, shout out to you. Many congratulations. Tatum should have won, says Harry. They did Tatum bad here, said Night is Gamer. Dr. Luchalala said, I understand what they were going for, but it didn't deliver as much as I wanted it to. Well, I'm sure it's not over. Where did the dolls come from? They came from Walmart. Okay, that has took us to the... Oh, here's Ricky. This could be interesting. There's Siobhan. You'll win the championship back, Ricky. Ricky's got self-doubt. I didn't understand that. He said, when I win tonight, I'm not waiting for New Year's Evil. If Myles wins, I'm never watching WWE again, says Harry. Oba is better than Ricky. Evans should have been the guy to beat Oba in the first place, said Austin. Jordan said 20% bad votes. Yeah, 19 at the moment. NXT needs to find a couple of the boys to back her. Maybe Hank and Tank? Yeah, that's a good shout, actually, about, you know, getting a couple of guys that can counter the Sean Nico problem. Can see Tatum, Izzi having a last woman standing match, says Daryl. Maybe a cage or something. I'll never understand when people say they have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, but they don't physically meet up, says James. Here's Dion sat down with Blake Howard for an interview. I enjoy Myles, but I think he could be awesome as a heel, said Uncle Revel. He's just so babyface. It's a side that would be refreshing. I'm pleased they're giving him a bit of spotlight. I think it'll be the righteous that help out Tatum, said Alexander. Well, I think that, I mean, they showed up in TNA last night, so I think they're TNA signed. Unless that was just to, like, throw us off the scent or something. Okay, so Dion Lennox, just the interview at the moment. When one eats, we all eat. Javon is not Timu anyone. Is great, said 5-star general. What's with this shift in your demeanor? All gas, no brakes. Who said that? I think WWE forgot that story. Am I right? Said Austin. I think he's genuinely been out with an injury. So I think he should be back soon. And then hopefully we will pick that back up. If I don't get it done, the blame is on me, said Dion. I think he's a really interesting prospect, honestly. Dion says he wants Oba. I mean, look, Kendal just got the win. Dion, it could be like a breakout show, couldn't it? Where we like showcase some real new talent. I know Dion's been around for a little while, but I don't think anyone was expecting him to even get in this match, let alone win it, if he does. Okay. It's about time Dion was getting some airtime, said Joseph. Austin said no. WWE forgot about it. Don't disagree with me. Fair. Austin, fair. Keeping me on the straight and narrow. I'm watched 40 or so hours of TEW XI Simulator. It's fun, said Rare Breeds. Hello, Rare Breeds. Hope you're well. There is these large gaps in between the matches. I don't know if this is to cover ad breaks or something. We go back to another John Cena commercial for next week. Little video package. It's next Saturday, if you didn't know. If you've not heard. Dion is going to get squashed by Oba, said Austin. Millennial said Javon could try and challenge Oba right after the match. Oba is already set for Saturday night's main event since it was the winner of Oba Ricky who went through. Maybe there's a loophole. Here's Shiloh. He was chasing a squirrel. And he got bit. Darkness. That's the name of his sister, Darkness. Oh, that's nice. He's coming on Tuesday to NXT. Do you know what? That is brilliant. That is brilliant because one of the little, not criticisms, but just one of the observations, that's a better word, that I've said about these Shiloh vignettes has been that they're very chit-chatty. He's not really delivering it like a promo, like a traditional promo. It's like he's talking to a friend. It's like, so, you know, this happened to me at school and that happened. For the reveal to be that he was never talking to us, that he was actually talking to a computer software. And that's why his delivery was so conversational. You kind of go, damn, that's amazing. That's why it was so different, because he was never actually speaking to us. He was speaking to a computer software. And it's the computer software was like, thank you for all that information. It's been determined after everything you've told us that you're ready for your first match this Tuesday. So we've learned all this stuff about Shiloh. And there's a lot of people that are really engaged with him because it is something that's different. It's got like a sinister undertone to it as well, of course. And, well, we get to see him on Tuesday, so very good. That's going to make things interesting. He seems like he could be a good partner for Tatum, said Hello Ross. He seems just as nuts as her. Yeah. Moneyworth Monster said, Daze, Shiloh is very interesting. He talked about his friends in the woods in one promo. And it reminds me of Bray, says Moneyworth Monster. I've got a feeling Blake isn't going to be in NXT much longer, says James. The computer software runs creative for WWE. I don't know why you're surprised about it. Every wrestler talks to it. Oh, well, shut it down then, because it sucks. I take it back. If that's what's been booking in 2025, then it's corrupted. Okay, Chris said, should watch the dark web stuff, says Chris. Chris, thank you. Okay. So we've got the Iron Survivor rules. So we are going over to that men's Iron Survivor match. We are 2 hours, 12 minutes into the show. Let's end the poll so that we are ready. Okay, good 85 on that last one. So it got a little bit better. At one point, it was good 80. Okay, great 67, Ricky Oba. Great 92 for that women's Iron Survivor. You lot absolutely loved it. We've seen a lull when in the middle. Iguana and Ethan with good 92. Izzi Tatum, good 85. Now it's time for the men's Iron Survivor.
We should do a poll, actually, to ask who you think's going to win. Let's do Dion, Myles, Javon. Who are the two that miss out? Leon and Joe Hendry. Oh, it could be Joe Hendry, I suppose. Here's Leon. Leon is starting things off. It only gives me room for 4 options. Dion, Myles, Javon, or other. Here's Leon Slater. Such a pleasure to watch. Let's go. Do we need to go over the rules again, says Corey. No. To be honest, they don't even leave the rules up that long. Slater. I don't think they're going to go Slater. I think it's interesting, but if we are about to call a load of people up, do we really want to be giving that sort of an opportunity to a TNA talent? Okay, Leon Slater. Is it going to be Javon? That would be sick. 5 minutes. Oh, mate. Let's go. These two alone for 5 minutes just makes sense, doesn't it? This boy is bouncy. Okay, Javon, Leon, gonna start this thing. The young OG. Great reaction for him from the crowds. Let's go. HBK is cooking with this start, said Hawks fan. William said Kendal, Thea will be an electric match when that happens. Smile on the face of Leon. Okay, Bella sounded. Young OG, young OG, young OG. Okay, 25 minutes. That's what we've got. I think Myles Borne said he was number 3, didn't he? So we know that Myles Borne is in next. Okay, Javon over in the corner. Leon comes over. Lovely. Top rope Inzaguri. These two are, like, honestly, already working in fast forwards. Javon rolls out the way. That close. That close. Javon gets up to his feet. Leon circling rounds. Javon over by the ropes. Leon coming over. Goes down, rolls back, tries to take the leg. Against the ropes goes Leon, over the other side. Oh, so fast. Night takeover. Okay. Okay. James said, Javon and Leon starting things off. This is awesome. Benny said, I think the heels are going to get closer to victory when Daze flexes his arms. It's goal. Okay, they've both got each other's leg at the moment, and they're both going to Inzaguri each other. Oh, both putting each other's leg down. Oh, Javon didn't. Ah, that was a fun spot. He ends up getting kicked in the face. Leon goes over the other side. Nice, off the ropes. Bang! Back elbow there by Leon. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out by Javon. Couple of minutes into the match. Shots the midsection. Okay, I think they're making out that Leon's just got a slight injury. Nothing bad, just like is a little bit banged up. I was just listening to what they were saying there. Okay, young OG in the corner going over the other side. Reverse. Leon goes up. No. Javon against the ropes. Trying to take Leon over, and he does get him over. Drop kick there by Javon. Leon goes down, looking for a cover. Kick out by Leon. 3 minutes gone so far. We're on 2 minutes of this match. Pick up the pace, said Jordynne. We've got 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes gone. Dean said, what match? So I missed everything, but the only matches that are left are is this one. The men's Iron Survivor. 22 minutes left to go. Chop coming in there by Javon. Leon with some chops, driving. Oh, it's kind of choppy. It looked like he was chopping him on the head there. Javon over against the ropes. And Rage Warrior, shout out to you, my friends. He had a match with Flop Dollar last night, said Robbie. Oh, did he? Is that why he's a bit banged up? Got you. Leon rolling up Javon. Reverse. No joy. Someone's coming in. Myles should be coming in about 50-odd seconds' time. Javon off that middle rope. Oh, roll up there by Leon and kick out by Javon. Oh my God, so good. The Matrix is... Oh, look at this. Beautiful work into... Oh my God. I mean, they're moving so fast. It's hard to call everything they're doing. There was a lovely spot there where Javon bounced off that bottom rope, got kicked in the back of the head. Oh, look at that. 1, 2... Yeah, got it. Javon manages to get a pinfall on Leon. Just 10 seconds before Myles Borne is coming in. Okay, counting down. So, Javon getting the pin on Leon. Myles Borne at 3. We knew that he was at 3, and that looks like a new graphic for Myles Borne. Coming down, clothesline. Leon goes into that penalty box. Uppercut coming in. Javon had a chopping lesson with Gunther, says Trem. Myles Borne in there with the young OG. Bang, lands on the feet. Shot coming in there by Javon. Myles on his feet. Kick coming in there by Javon. Nice. Over against the ropes, off that middle rope. Goes for a big boot. One, two. Shoulder up. That looks like a heelish entrance graphic, said Johnny. Yeah, that's a really interesting point, to be honest. It was giving off, like, power. Okay, Leon's about to come out of the penalty box. Big crossbody, springboard crossbody there by Leon. He'd love to get a pinfall on Javon. Pay him back. Myles on the outside of the ring. Drop kick there by Leon. Booker talking about John Cena at the moment. Oh, Leon and Javon, wow! Suplex each other to the outside, land on their feet. Oh, Myles borne over the top. Yeah, let's go. They are doing a little bit of cooking at the moment. Myles borne to Javon, kick out. The graphic looks like it was early Evolution Orton, says Trem. In the ring goes Leon. 1, 2. Myles borne looking for the cover. So good work at the moment. Myles borne going straight over the top, crashing down on Javon and Leon. Don't know who's coming in at 4. Obviously, Joe Hendry and Dion Lennox. The other names coming into the match. Shot coming in there by Myles. Uppercut coming in there by Myles. Javon goes down. Leon coming over. Chop coming in there by Leon as Myles goes down. That was a brutal chop. Shot coming in there by Javon. Leon goes down. We'll get another person coming in about a minute and a half. Borne can fly for a big dude, said Hawks fan. Can't believe that Javon and Leon are both only 21, said Joseph. Future looks bright, doesn't it? I mean, I'm sure WWE are going to be interested in Leon when he's available. Putting him in these kind of matches is just giving him a taste, really, of like, you know, if you do sign with us. When you're free, please come to us. Don't go to AEW. James said, the only problem with Myles borne is that he doesn't listen. He is very stubborn. James said, no surprises yet, and there's nothing on the show to make what Ava said true, that you don't want to miss Deadline. So far, it hasn't delivered that yet, said James. I think that's very fair, to be honest. I think the shock of Kendal winning, and the shock actually of Oba winning, I would say definitely made it a show worth watching, but yeah, hyping up, you don't want to miss this. Oh, don't know about that. I agree. I feel like, but I still think there's a good chance we get Tony D'Angelo. I mean, that was very much teased, unless they're teasing it for Tuesday. Tuesday should be good, though, because we're going to get the fallout of this show and the debut of Shiloh Hill. So I'm looking forward to NXT on Tuesday. Kick coming in. Right, here we go. Who is it going to be? Dion or Joe Hendry? It's Dion. Dion, it's Dark States. Dun, 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 dun. And he's coming out with the other members as well. Dun, 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 dun. Gets in the ring, over against the ropes. Bang. Down goes Javon, big boot. Down goes Leon. Daze, who we got winning tonight out of Dvalishvili and Yarn? I don't know, but I'm not covering it, so I have not looked into it. Kick out, Dion in control. Rage Warrior said, I want Tony to return with purpose. Don't just show up. Yes. Joseph said, Myles borne reminds me of a young Randy Orton. Dion. Big boot coming in there by Leon Slater. And again. Oh, kick coming in there by Dion. Leon going to the outside. Over. Leg drop to the back of the heads. Dion in the ring. So far, we've only had, we're sneaking our way to the halfway point. So far, it's only Javon on 1 point. Shots coming in there by Javon, throwing in some shots. Dion in the corner. Javon unloading. Leon coming over. Leon is helping out as well. We know that Javon and Leon have had their issues with Dark State. Kicks coming in by Javon. Leon coming in and helping out as well, and a big cheer by the crowds. The crowd are very much on board with that. Javon going up. Leon going up. Myles seated in the corner. Or Dion seated in the corner, sorry. Myles, I don't know where Myles has gone. Sitting this out. Top rope Inscuri there by Leon. Here's Myles. Is Myles going to work with Dion momentarily here? Dion and Myles working together. Bang. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Dion gets a pin on Javon. Dion gets a point. So far, Javon has got a point. Dion has got a point. Bang. Look at that. Dion then gets off the mark. Still a long way to go. 13 minutes gone so far. We got 12 minutes left to go. 12 minutes left to go. Over in the corner. Bang. Big boots. I thought it was a good idea. Penalty box match, said Frank. Dion picking up a point, said Wrestling Fan. Okay, about a minute and a half, and then we'll have Joe Hendry in, and everyone will be into this thing. We'll have 10 minutes. Big boot there by Leon. Bang, drives him down. 1, 2, kick out. Shiloh's debut is going to be interesting. Some fans are going to love him because he is similar to the Wyatts. Some are going to hate him for the same reason. Crowd are chanting RKO. Might as well end the poll. I think we've got enough feedback on that now. Okay. They're counting down for Javon to come out the penalty box. And there we go. He's out. Javon is in the ring. Shot coming in. Javon springboards. Bang. Down goes Myles borne. Against the ropes. To the outside. Goes into Leon. Javon climbing up. Big splash. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out there by Myles. $20 seconds. Joe Hendry coming in. Shot coming in there by Dion. Dion is up top. He's got Javon here. Shot coming in there by Myles. Okay, here we go. Here's Joe Hendry. Big superplex, but we cut away from it for Joe Hendry's entrance. Joe Hendry making his way down, getting in the ring, clothesline, and again. Big kick coming into the midsection. Net breaker there by Joe. Duck underneath. Javon gets caught. Oof. Kip up by Joe. Just listening there, and Booker T said the only person that can say they've won a world title is Joe Hendry. San Antonio believes in Joe Hendry sign. Crowd are chanting, we believe. Oh, shot there by Dion. Datsuch Lala said, I can't wait for the day I believe I'm a hater right now. He hasn't got much catching up to do, said Rage. That's true. There's only Javon and Dion that have got a point on the boards. Shot coming in. Crowd are hyped, said 107. Joe is great in NXT. Not sure that he translates to the main roster, says William. Joe in the ring right now. going over to the outsides. Lands on a load of people. Load of people go down. Joe is looking out at the crowds. San Antonio certainly with Joe Hendry. I don't know if they want him to win, but they are certainly backing him. Chanting, we believe. Time ticking away, though. We've got about 7.5 minutes to go. Who would Triple H push first? Joe Hendry or LA Knight, said Azaz. Akaz. Oh, Joe Hendry gets one. Okay. Joe Hendry gets a point. Yeah, signing the crowd says San Antonio believes in Joe Hendry. Myles Borne goes to the outsides. He's got to go in that penalty box now. So no one's got the lead at the moment. We've got a three-way with Javon and Joe and Dion all on a point. Myles in the penalty box for a minute. Leon Slater yet to get off the mark. Joe Hendry kicking out. Time ticking away. It's not long left, you know. I mean, we're looking at just over 6 minutes. It's not long left. Over against the ropes. Joe Hendry holding on. Roll up. 1, 2. Leon, no joy. Joe. 1, 2. Kick out. Duck underneath. Kick coming in. Oh, double kick there. Javon and Leon. Dion. He goes down. Okay, now Javon and Leon are both kicking at each other. They both go down. Blimey now. 6 minutes, 10 seconds left to go. Is that his contact lens or something? He just got kicked in the face. Is he okay? He's like... I wonder if that's a contact lens issue. Myles Borne said, let's go. Oh, he came out. But as soon as he came out, Dion kicked the door and down goes Myles. Leon in there. Spinebuster. Huge. Look great. Javon catches Dion. Joe grabbing Javon. Boom. Big boot. Javon is looking to go big. 5 minutes 30. Evans 1 point. Slater 0 points. Hendry 1 point. Dion 1 point. Myles 0. Coast to coast. Javon, a little bit wobbly. Oof. Big spot there by Leon. Joe Hendry is down. Leon goes to the outside. 5 minutes left. Leon. He's trying to find his balance. Ooh. Blimey now. 1, 2, 3. Leon gets the pin on Joe. It's only Myles that hasn't got one now. What was that move from Javon? How could that hurt anyone? Yeah, I mean, obviously they are known for putting a little extra into stuff, but it is true. Sometimes, like, you could just do a coast to coast and it would be a lot more effective. Sometimes when you put these spins in, it means the impact is not as impressive. But, I mean, they're showmen, aren't they? Javon and Leon, they want to show off as much as they want to hurt their opponents. Okay, right now we've got Myles round the back of Dion. Back elbow. 4 minutes. Myles lands on his feet. Bang! Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Everyone is on one now. Everyone has got a pinfall. Joe Hendry, 30 seconds in the penalty box. Leon's got to go in for 90. Oh, he's frustrated. Oh, and he takes it out on Joe Hendry. Dion Lennox is just going to beat up Joe Hendry by the looks of it. Bang! Smashing him in the side of the penalty box. Joe Hendry is meant to be leaving this penalty box now, but he's down. Shut your ass up, he says to the crowd. Shut your ass up. Borne has got to pick where he entered the match? He did, yeah. Okay, Joe Hendry is still not back into this match, you know, even though he was meant to be. Joe is back up. Now he's leaving. Less than 3 minutes to go. Myles, bang! Kick coming in by Leon. Joe, oh, lovely work. This thing is going to be 1,000,000 miles an hour now for the final 2.5. Big clothesline there by Joe. Everyone has got 1 point on the boards. Dion coming out in 7 seconds. I think right now we got pretty much everyone back in a corner. Dion's back in the match. He's going after Joe Hendry. Drags him out the ring. Javon lands on Dion. Javon and the ref. Okay, Javon is locked in the penalty box. Okay, Javon's in the penalty box and he's locked. Dion, 1, 2. Joe Hendry makes the save. What is he going to do? I don't know what he's going to do. He's going to climb up, is he? He's climbing up. He's climbing out. If it was that easy, wouldn't he just do that before? Javon on the top of the penalty box. Big air. Takes down Dion. Into the final minute. Joe Hendry in there. Leon Slater to the outside. Lands on Javon. Back in the ring. Over the top. Rolling up Joe Hendry. No joy. Kick coming in. There's Javon. Whoa, into the final minute. Boom! Young OG. Young OG connects. 1, 2. Myles makes the save. We got 50 seconds left to go. 50 seconds. Here we go. Myles to the outsides. Shoulder to the midsection. Javon goes down. We got about 35 seconds left. Young OG is up. Myles is with him. Down they both go. I don't think he's going to get it. No. Dion makes the save. There's Leon. Leon climbing up. Javon still down. Leon. Boom! Huge! Joe Hendry! He's going to steal it. Oh, to the outsides. Chaos! Chaos! Javon! 2, 3. Javon gets it. Javon gets it. He's done it. Javon has done it. He's going to go on to fight for the NXT Championship at New Year's Evil. And you know what? He could win it. He could absolutely win it. Javon Evans steals it right at the end. That was close, wasn't it? It was right at the death. Everyone had got a point. And then Javon gets the victory. He goes on then to New Year's Evil. And he could end up getting the championship this time. He's tried a few times before and failed. But who knows? It feels like there's a few call-ups on the way. I don't know that Javon's going to be one of them. He could very much lead NXT into a whole new era. That's great. Great match, said Doug Dilly. Let's get a match score. Yeah, bodies flying everywhere. Are we going to get anything at the end of this show, though, or... Oh, nah. Are we going to get anything at the end or nah? Alex said, I enjoyed that. Now we've got to get Tony, says Kyle. Okay. Javon in the ring. Here's Oba. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, does it make sense to have Oba beat Javon? I don't know that it does. But then it means that Oba's title run is going to be really small, really short. Oba comes out to make his presence. Lights out. Lights out. Okay, here we go. The bridge. The bridge. So we've got the bridge. I mean, that is going to be Tony, isn't it? He's back. He's back. Lights going out. Is that what he looks like now in the ring? That's not the Tony I know either. Well, it's a very different looking Tony D'Angelo, isn't it? Don't forget, Tony has got a win over Oba. He beat him. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. Because he has got a win over Tony. The hair is wild. It's a badass beard, said Hawks fan. Looks like he's come back from Russia, said Dr. Lucha Lala. That was a little anticlimactic, said Iron Sentinel. Looks like he owns a millennial burger joint. I think it looks like he brews craft beer. It's a different look. It's a different vibe. And maybe you could say more credibility. Clearly, they felt like there needed to be some sort of change to the presentation. I don't know. I thought it was pretty fun. But yes, Tony is back. And he went to Dagestan, said Hawks fan. That's right. It is Tony Nurmagomedov that we've got. Habib and D'Angelo. It's Tony Makachev. Let's go. I mean, look, we wanted to see Tony. They gave us Tony. I think it does breathe. I tell you what this show has done. It was a fun show. And I think it has breathed some new life into NXT. I mean, we've got Tony D'Angelo back with a new look. We've got a new NXT champion. We've got Kendal Gray making big moves. We got Shiloh Hill debuting on Tuesday. I mean, I don't know about you, but this has really set up kind of Tuesday, but also as we head into 2026. So I do think it's a show that definitely has given us some progression. And it could be much needed progression because obviously the streets are saying that there's going to be some call-ups soon. So, I think this was a pretty fun watch, all things given. Not a perfect show. Definitely think there was some highs and lows, some ups and downs. But, for a Saturday night, pretty fun. Get your thoughts in. Daze, those rip pieces that Ava had in the box, was that a message that Tony was returning? Yeah, there was a theory that people had that it was Tony's hat. Now, I don't know why he had those pieces on him if he'd already given them to Ava. How many hats did he have? Perhaps he had more than one hat. But, yeah, people are wondering if it was the hat that was all, like, ripped up and that's him basically leaving that in the past. It'll be really interesting to see if he speaks with an Italian accent, you know. I mean, how much of a change is this? Are we still going to keep that Italian sort of accent, or is this just a brand new presentation? Don't know. It'd be a bit jarring if he does kind of move away from that. I mean, he could come out and go, look, I was never really Italian, but it was in my bloods. And I never really spoke that way. But, and you know, this is, you got to remember, this is developmental. We're going to try a few things. And if they don't work and we have to abandon them, then fine. You know, you try out a few things and you see what fits and you find what's going to take you to the main roster. And if this is not it, if that, you know, was not it, then, okay, let's go a different direction. Be very interesting to see that, to see if they are going to, how far away are we moving from that Tony D'Angelo character? Or is it just a representation of the same character? Is he the exact same character, but it's just a refresh? Because it is a very, very different look. Very different look. Very different presentation. Okay, get your thoughts in on that match. What did you think about the men's Iron Survivor? It seems like people really enjoyed it. No more Don. Maybe now he's just like a hitman, said Hook. Ooh, that could be fun. Is Tony going to go back to NXT like John Wick and the mobster gimmick? Don't know. Interesting. What if he's working with Oba? Do you remember that tall figure that we saw a glimpse of before he disappeared? Oh, that's a good shout. That's interesting, isn't it? I'd like to get an answer on that. Yes, you're right. Someone did pay him a visit. God, that was so long ago. Well done for remembering that, because that was so long ago. That had slipped my mind, honestly. It was that long ago, it had slipped my mind. I still don't think he should get a win over Javon, says Wyatt. Yeah, how do they book that? How do they book that? I mean, God, I really don't want to see Javon lose another title match. I mean, just don't put him in the match if he's not going to win. But Oba's only just won that championship tonight. So are you really going to give him a couple of weeks with that belt? And Tony's back now. So what, does Javon lose again to Oba? But now Tony is the one that's back and is going to get the belt off him? Maybe like stand and deliver. Does that mean that Oba is not going to the main roster this side of WrestleMania? I mean, I got to tell you, I was so off on predictions on this. This is one of my worst prediction showings. But it's so hard because it's not a normal show that you're predicting, because you're trying to figure out who's going to get called up soon. And you're trying to figure out how that's going to play into things, because that, I think, is having a big effect. So it does make it a lot more complicated. So lots of moving parts at the moment. I think one thing that you can't say about NXT is that it's like, you know, boring or something like that. Like there's some big, big movement happening there. Oba winning the big championship. Tony coming back. Call-ups being rumored. Kendal getting a big shot victory. Of all the people that, you know, you think they would get behind right now, Kendal, wouldn't have expected that. But as we said, if there's going to be a lot of call-ups, then she probably is going to be a pretty big name on the women's roster moving forward. Shiloh Hill coming in as well. Tony D looked like someone that's travelled in the Himalayas. Yes, big time. Robbie said Tony is responsible for 2 of the 3 pinfall losses for Oba. He could be his thorn in the side, couldn't he? I do like that one person that you just can't quite get past. That one person that has your number. You know, it's great for Oba to be this beast, to destroy everyone, the ruler. Really, like, it's hard for people to work him out, but it's just that one person that has worked you out, that knows your weakness, that can beat you. I do kind of like that. And if Tony D'Angelo is that for Oba, then yeah, great. I am not down on that at all. Robbie said at least NXT's got a level of unpredictability about it. Yeah, I think it does, yeah. James said, Night Daze, see you for Raw. Yep, see you for Raw, buds. Daryl said, I'm going for like a 7-7-5 for both the Iron Survivor matches. Both of them ended up being great. Well, I think there's going to be a lot of positivity around the show by and large. Not perfect, but again, you know, certainly enough here to make this worth watching. I think that that Iron Survivor you lot have said is great 86. So, I mean, we've got a great 67, a great 92, and a great 86. You lot preferred the women's to the men's, but only just. Not much in it at all. Both getting very high, great scores. The two matches in the middle just dipping down to good. But, yeah. Pretty fun. Pretty fun. Oba loses to Javon. Goes up, says Timothy. Then Tony beats Javon and moves up all before WrestleMania. Big Time said, I enjoyed both of the Iron Survivor matches. Uncle Rebel said, I'm going to go with a 7.5 for tonight. Whilst every match wasn't a banger, it really surprised me with some of the results. Not being predictable is a plus in my books. Blakery said, Daze, you're one of the funniest YouTubers I've ever seen. Blakery, thank you, my friend. Shout out to you, butts. Elijah said, I love this show. I'm saying it's 10 out of 10. Christopher, good night, my friend. Big Time said, Daze, how they have nailed these Iron Survivor matches is incredible. Timing is everything. And things could go horribly wrong if someone misses a spot. Robbie said, maybe NXT match quality is better because they have live events regular. Do you know, there really could be something to that. And also, we've touched on it before, but I can't really flesh out an answer. And that's the feedback process. I'm very, very confident that after each NXT showing, there is feedback that's provided by the coaches and areas that need to be improved and worked on. And there's some sort of structure, right? I don't know what that looks like on the main roster. I don't know when you have a segment what the level of feedback is and, you know, how you improve. I mean, are you meant to just get a couple of comments from the producer and it's on you to improve? Like, the feedback process and the support on the main roster for improvements, I would love to know what that looks like. I think that would be really interesting to, you know, if Chris Van Vliet could ask about that, or, you know, I think that would be really interesting because I feel like in NXT, I would imagine they sit down and they watch the matches. I would imagine that they really go over it with a fine-tooth comb because they've got the time to do that and they've got the performance center, but I don't know about the main roster. So, and yeah, the live events definitely are going to play a factor. And, you know, just how much you're around each other. I mean, these guys, I think they, you know, they go to restaurants together and hang out with each other. And I mean, I suppose in a way it's a bit like going to uni. You know, if you go to university, you're out with your mates and you're around each other, and it's, yeah, it's so different. It is so different, NXT to the main roster. It's hard to compare the two. It really is. The one is a lot of traveling, a lot more pressure, bigger crowds, and the other one is like still pressure, but you know, you're learning, it's developmental, smaller crowds, more feedback, more house shows, based at the performance center, less travel. It's so different. So I think there's quite a few factors at play, but I think the live event thing is a good shout. Daisy, are you doing a version of the Slammies? There was no plans for that, no. Big Time said, Myles Borne really needs to play up the Randy stuff, maybe sneak in an RKO. He could get over if he gives the crowd something to latch onto. He looked the least impressive in the match, says Big Time. NXT talent are hungrier than people that have made it. Maybe. Do you know, it's funny you should say that because Triple H said, you wouldn't believe how many times we call people up and they just stop putting in the work because they think they've made it. So that exact point that you've made is something I have heard Triple H say. You know, people just sort of stop putting in the work. I think there is an expectation that when you go to the main roster, it's on you now. You know, we'll give you the tools in NXT, but you're the one that needs to be the driving force when you kind of graduate. And there's a lot of them that I think get to the main roster and sort of down tools, really. Sort of like, yeah, made it. And Triple H around WrestleMania time made a comment in an interview about that, which I thought was very interesting because that's not something that I personally would ever think about. It's so funny, isn't it? Because when you talk about wrestling, you might talk about the creative, or you might talk about someone's skills. You might talk about their match quality or their promos or their presentation, but you don't really ever think about the amount of effort that they're giving. I don't ever think that because I always just presume everyone's giving 100%. I always just presume that, you know, they're, you know, being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and living their dream, you know, being shown all over the world. I mean, Jesus, how would you not just give everything? How would I just don't understand. I mean, you've been given the lottery ticket of life. You are on WWE's main roster. What an amazing situation to find yourself in. How are you not giving everything? How are you not giving blood, sweat, tears? It's so... I know that that's maybe not realistic to give that all the time, right? But, yeah, I don't know. That's just something that I never even think about. So it's kind of disappointing to hear that maybe not everyone reacts that way. I think even Bailey made a comment saying that there's people that got into this because of Next in Line or something and maybe don't have that same passion for this as those that grew up as fans. Dr. Nuchalala said, for some talent, it's hard though. When you're not getting booked well enough, it sucks. Look at how Chelsea had to bust her ass. Yeah, but she did, didn't she? You know, she did bust her ass. I mean, she ended up getting cut by WWE, going to the Indies and busting her ass on the Indies. I think that work ethic, you've got to have it. You know, that is a perfect example of someone that has had to, like, really have that self-belief, that self-drive, that hunger to succeed. You know, she is reaping the rewards now for all that work that you never really saw before. I know many of you saw her on the indie scene, whatever, but many of us didn't, and you know, weren't watching those shows. But all those miles travelled, all those roads travelled, all those you know, indie shows where there was only so many people that showed up. You know, her drive and determination to make those shows, appear on those shows, put in a performance on those shows, so that she would be invited back, and then the promoters would hear about her, and you know, that pays off, doesn't it? That hard work, that commitment, that investment in yourself, it pays off. So to hear that some people go through NXT, get to the main roster, and then seemingly, you know, they still put work in. I'm not saying that they just completely give up, but I don't know, man. The work starts when you get to the main roster. That's when the work starts. NXT is about learning. But when you get to the main roster, that's where the work really starts, because that's what you're going to be remembered for. That's, you know, and all the stuff that you're investing in is yourself, really. You're investing in yourself, or you're giving up on yourself. And you don't. I mean, look, I can't really talk specifics because it's only comments that have been made in interviews. But when you're hearing Triple H making those kind of comments and Bayley making comments like she did recently, you kind of go, oof, not something that I ever really thought about. What happened to the Creed brothers, said Timothy. They were amazing on NXT, and then they got called up and basically nothing. Well, they got put into that American-made group, but I don't know. I don't know what the plans were for that group. Obviously, we know that Chad has suffered an injury. That's obviously derailed things. I don't think they've got high hopes for Ivy Nile. They're certainly not really using her much. So I'm not sure as to what the situation is there. She's been on main event a lot. And I think the Creeds have had a bit of injury stuff to deal with as well. But yeah, I mean, that whole thing since the call-up has not been very good at all, has it? So I don't know, maybe there's a repackage needed, or maybe we just need to get everyone healthy and some good creative. But yeah, very frustrating because I think Creed Brothers are definitely a tag team that have got a lot to offer. I certainly don't think WWE are done with them. Big Time said, Daze, Chelsea was a situation where Triple H took over in 2022 and brought back many talent that Vince had released in 2021. It might have been a unique situation, but hard work doesn't always pay off for everyone. Well, no, there's no guarantee, but I mean, if you put in hard work, you're giving yourself the best chance, aren't you? I mean, I don't know if she would have found her way back under Vince. She might have done, you know, if she'd created a bit of buzz and then found her way back in NXT and found her way back to the main roster. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure she got cut for any personal reasons, but so I'm not sure there's any heat that's there. But yeah, I mean, she had that self-drive, that self-belief, that self-determination, and she's getting the rewards for it. And even if it hadn't been in WWE, then there's a good chance she would have found a way to AEW. So I think it's a dangerous message to send out that hard work doesn't pay. I'm a big believer in hard work does pay, but I mean, you would find examples where that's not the case, because sometimes there's another truth, and that is that life isn't always fair. So, you know, it's one of those where you can only give yourself the best opportunity possible, and that's by investing in yourself and putting in that hard work. Rage Warrior said, damn straight, you need to give yourself 100%. You need to give 100% all the time to keep your spot. There's always someone ready to fill it. You got to have that heart and the love for what you do. And the other thing as well is, you're right, by the way, Rage Warrior, there's always someone coming for your spot if you work in wrestling and you don't give 100%. But the fact that, you know, you can get up there and plod along, and certainly if you're someone that's only just come up as well, I mean, maybe if you're like a big star, like, I don't want to say a Roman Reigns, because I don't think he phones it in, but he does work a more reduced schedule. I mean, he doesn't need to worry about people taking his spot. Roman Reigns is fine for life. Same with Randy Orton, right? He doesn't need to worry so much about people taking his spot because he's over and he'll always be over. But it's crazy to think there's NXT talent getting called up that quite quickly are thinking I've made it, you know? And are then like not kicking on, not putting in that work anymore. And maybe that explains why some people, and again, no names because I don't have any, but maybe that explains why some people that we really like and really admire don't get the opportunities that we think they should be getting, because there's a lot that probably goes on behind the scenes we're not aware of. You know, if you've got someone knocking on the door, hungry for opportunity, asking all the time, like, you know, if you got anything for me, I really want to contribute, you know, they're going to be in your thinking if you like them. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine you would have called them up if you didn't. But if you've got someone that's never really around, doesn't seem to be that bothered, I mean, are you going to go out your way to give them opportunity? Maybe not so much. I always wanted the British Bulldog to be like a world champion, and I never understood why they never did it, because the UK is a big market for WWE, and you would think that it would be worth just putting the belt on him, certainly during that period in the new generation where everyone was getting a go. Diesel had the belt, Shawn had the belt, Brett had the belt, Undertaker had the belt, Sid had the belt. It kind of felt like the belt was being passed around lots of people. And it just felt like, Davey boy, do you know what I mean? He's from the UK. He's jacked. He's big. Like, give him a try. Give him a run. I really wanted, as a kid, the British Bulldog to be the champ. That would have meant a lot to me here in the UK, which I think is understandable, right? You watched videotapes of Hogan and All America and USA and all of that. Like, would have been great for the UK. Just not long, just a little run. Just give him a shot, give him a try, and then you find out his demons. You find out what he was like behind the scenes, and you go, okay, that's why. You go, okay, no, I actually get it now. Yeah, it's probably best you didn't. He had a lot of demons, unfortunately, and he would not have been trustworthy. So you go, yeah, okay, cool. So you just never know what's going on behind the scenes. DS Joe said, at first I thought Oba not being in the last time is now tournament was a major fumble, but this introduction via Cody is low-key actually a better idea, said DS Joe. Whatever happened to Emma? Oh, she was let go, wasn't she? I mean, I don't know if she still competes. I mean, I don't believe she's in AEW or TNA or anything like that, but she was with Madcap Moss? I know that she was in a relationship with, I think, Madcap Moss. So I don't know if she still wrestles or not. I think when Tiffany and Stephanie got belts immediately after they got out of NXT, that people's views them a little different, said Rare Breeds. Maybe. Benny said, will you do your version of the Sammys? No, there's no plans for that, buds. Big Time said, Daze, whenever I see picture of Bayley's seminar and I see Roxanne, Lyra, we know about flatbacks and other wrestling schools. I don't see any next in line NXT talent in those schools. I don't see Tiffany. Well, you know, maybe that is a missed opportunity. Obviously, you can go to other wrestling schools and whatever. You don't have to go to... I don't think Bayley's seminar is the right place for a Tiffany. Really, that's about training and giving back. And I think Charlotte might have been there to have helped out. But I mean, someone like Tiffany, I think, is still working it out herself, to be honest. So I think that I'm not really judging anyone in particular. I think that, you know, Maxine has received a lot of praise for going to Natalia. Again, though, I've said before, I think she has an awful lot of catching up to do. So I sort of see that personally as the least she could do, really, you know? That is someone that doesn't really belong on the main roster. She didn't have much time in NXT. She skipped all of that developmental. So, yeah, I mean, she's playing catch-up. So, yeah, give her a round of applause for putting in the work. But, I don't know, when you're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for being on the main roster, having skipped out on NXT, and, I mean, you can look at her cage match sheet and, you know, her first match was on Raw. It's crazy. Crazy, like, the way they kind of booked her. So she's having to play catch-up. It's a shame that, you know, there's not other talent that is kind of going to Natalia that I'm aware of. I think she'd be an excellent trainer. But, yeah, it just makes me question what the support is like. I mean, maybe actually, rather than blame the wrestlers for not taking it upon themselves, maybe it's WWE that should be blamed. Perhaps WWE should have a better support system in place for, you know, continuing the development of people when they go to the main roster. Don't know. But I'd be very interested to hear people talk about that, you know? That would be an excellent question for, you know, these channels that do interviews to ask, what did you feel you were supported enough? What was the continuation of your, you know, education like on the main roster? I'm guessing the PC is open. They can go there. You know, there's nothing stopping them doing that. But I don't know. Do we need something better on the road? Do we need something better to support them actually at the shows? Or maybe there is something already. Right, let's get a few more comments and we will wrap this up. So, Big Time said, Daze, the point I'm making is that I don't think the next in line talents are interested taking time out of their day to keep learning. Some just aren't as passionate and look at it as a normal job. What are you basing that on? That would be my point. What is that based on? I mean, I know that Bailey made a comment about how there was some that got into this that didn't dream of it as being kids. And so maybe the passion for it is different. But I don't know that I would want to paint... I don't know that I would want to paint them all with a brush of that they're not, you know, they don't care. I don't think that's fair to say that the next in-line talent aren't putting in that work or aren't engaged as much, you know, because actually Bianca Belair's the next in-line talent, and Bailey had a lot of praise for Bianca and the fact that she has absolutely fallen in love with this. So I don't know. I think that's a dangerous, slippery slope, honestly. I don't think that the world is that simple. The next in-line talent, lazy. WWE talent that came from the indies, hard-working. I don't think you're saying exactly that, but I don't think that that's a true reflection, to be honest. I think that next in-line talent is quite important because one thing that we're not really finding much of on the indie scene are the bigger guys. And we know that we need our Obas, you know. Oba Femi, I believe, is next in line. I don't believe he is someone that came from the indies. And, you know, we're having to turn there because I think the truth is in America, a lot of bigger guys go into football and they go into other sports and they don't get into professional wrestling and work on the indies. And as a result, it means that if you are a football player that doesn't work out, like it doesn't work out for you, like Trick Williams, who played football, then, you know, hey, try wrestling, come into this. We think you'll love this. And I think there is next in-line talent that comes in that does take to it like a duck to water and does enjoy it and maybe has never considered this as a career path, you know? So wrestling benefits because it gets these big guys like Oba, like Trick, that maybe never considered pro wrestling. Hopefully they fall in love with it and hopefully they put the work in. But, you know, yeah, I'm sure there are some that, you know, don't. But then equally, I wouldn't be shocked to find out there's some indie wrestlers that have worked so hard that they think getting into the main roster is them making it as well. So, I don't know. I don't really buy into the next in-line talent aren't as engaged or aren't putting the work in as much as the indie talent, you know, or those that grew up loving it. I don't see people like Sol, Kelani, Tiffany, Jada at training schools, but perhaps the PC training is already overwhelming. I could be a bit harsh at Big Time. Well, I mean, look, you're speaking your truth, and I respect that. You're speaking what you're seeing, and I respect that because it's honest and it is, you know, something that you've been looking at, right? And that's how it looks to you. I can't say that I'm seeing that, right? But I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked to find out there was next in line talent that aren't giving their all, yeah? But equally, I wouldn't be shocked to find out that there's wrestling talent that also is not kind of giving their all. I think it's a case-by-case basis. I just think it's a case-by-case basis. I do wonder about all that side. It's a hard conversation to have because I don't have no evidence of anything, you know? I don't know what support they're getting. I don't know who goes to what wrestling schools and who's putting in that extra work. So without that information, I feel like we're kind of largely going round in circles. But listen, I love talking about all different sides of wrestling, and it's a side that we don't touch on that often. Joseph said the ones that are in for a paycheck seem to be athletes that don't have a passion for wrestling. Good in other sports, but can't make it their speciality, and so get money here. Yeah, but I would say, where's the evidence of that? That would be my counterpoint. I think it's easy to say that if you don't grow up a wrestling fan, you don't care about it as much. But you can fall in love with it. I feel like that's a bit gatekeepering, to be honest. It feels to me like, oh, you're not a real fan if you didn't grow up as a fan of it. I mean, what about if you grew up loving football and that was your life? And then you try to be a football player, it doesn't work out, and then pro wrestling goes, hey, have you ever thought about this? And then you give pro wrestling a go, and you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. Live crowds, performance, it's athletic, the storytelling, I can be a character. Do you know what I mean? Like, I sort of feel like, yeah, we all find wrestling at different points, and it grabs us at different times. And we all love wrestling. I don't know that I want to gatekeep and say if you didn't love it when you was a kid, that you won't love it now. I don't know. I think that's a slippery slope, man. I think it's honestly case by case. I think it's person by person. I think that you can be a Bianca Belair that falls in love with it. I'd imagine Oba Femi and Trick Williams have fallen in love with it. But, you know, there is a truth that there are apparently people that make it to the main roster that then, you know, stop developing, stop putting that work in. But of course, Triple H never named names. He just said you would be surprised how often that happens. So there we go. That's what started it all. Blame Triple H. Right. We're going to wrap things up and put a bow on it because we stuck around a little bit longer than I was intending. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing now. I don't know if I do an unseen or whatever. I haven't really thought about it, honestly. Yeah, so appreciate people joining us. It was a busy Saturday night. Lots going on. Apparently college football, UFC. I'm sure AEW had a show as well. But I thought that show delivered. I thought it gave us something to get our teeth into. And I think it has set up Tuesday very, very well. So awesome. Thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate it as always. And I will see you.